Judge Elena Kagan says that the FDA's position has been clear.
You know that FDA thinks that flavors, FDA has been completely upfront about this, and I think that the point, that flavors, you give people blueberry vapes, the difficulty with that, and FDA I think has tried to document this, is that blueberry vapes are very appealing to 16-year-olds, not to 40-year-olds.
Aside from legality, the practical question is, what's the remedy, even if the court rules for the vaping companies? Because Justice Brett Kavanaugh pointed out to the company's attorney, Eric Heyer, the companies can always reapply to the FDA for sales authorization.
And if they won this case, they can reapply. If they won this case or if they lose this case, they will be able to reapply. That's my question about what the relief really accomplishes here that we saw as a practical matter. I understand the legal point. The FDA acted arbitrarily and capriciously, but either way, it's going to be that they can reapply and hope to succeed. Right?
This case is an appeal from the conservative Fifth Circuit's decision finding that the agency unfairly shifted its standards for approving the vaping products by deciding on applications from the two companies. Joining me is Sean Collins, a partner at Stradley, Wilcox, Carlson, and Dallas. What's some background on the FDA and these flavored e-cigarettes?
Let's start with what the FDA mandates. The FDA mandates is to look out for the health and well-being of the general man. They have to certify all foods and drugs, certify that they are healthy and beneficial for the well-being of citizens of the United States of America. And so what we have going on between the FDA and the e-cigarette companies right now, I call it a bit of a game of whack-a-mole. And so it's like anything, if you regulate one product and you're successful in getting a certain product regulated, another product is going to pop up. And so, the FDA spent 50 years or more trying to get people to stop smoking cigarettes, right? And they were pretty successful at doing it. When you look at the statistics of how many people actually smoke cigarettes, I remember growing up in the 80s and everybody smoked, People smoked indoors, people smoked in offices, and everybody smoked. Nowadays, I live in California, so it's probably more anywhere else, but you can't smoke here, I don't see anybody. And, you look at the statistics, I think 2% of Americans smoke cigarettes now. That's pretty much nobody smokes cigarettes. So obviously, the people that still do smoke cigarettes, business and enterprise will always come up with an alternative so they can use e-cigarettes. And so the e-cigarette was designed as a mechanism to help wean adults who are otherwise addicted to cigarettes, to try to help them stop smoking cigarettes and smoke something that would be a better alternative for them. Now, like any business, e-cigarette companies, they want to advertise and market their products to make it look cool, so think tomorrow for a thing. I used to always think when I would drive by a billboard, look at that cowboy, he looks really cool with his cigarette in his mouth. And that attracts a lot of people who want to smoke cigarettes. So e-cigarette companies obviously came up with creative ways to advertise and market their e-cigarette products. Now that's all well and good, and the FDA probably wouldn't care if their marketing is being successful with adults. The problem is e-cigarettes became cool among younger demographics, in particular teenagers. And so what you saw is a spike in teens using e-cigarettes. So it was one of those situations. The reason why I said whack-a-mole was because you whacked one problem and were able to successfully pretty much negate that problem. And then another problem pops up over on the right, which is teenagers are now really
And explain the issue in the case the Supreme Court heard this week.
So the issue you currently have before the Supreme Court is more of what is the word of the FDA. That's the actual legal question the Supreme Court is looking at. But I will say that one of the challenges that the Supreme Court has to deal with is, well, okay, I understand that the FDA is trying to regulate, the advertising and marketing of cigarettes to teens. But the question becomes, well, one, do they have the authority to do that? And whether or not they have the authority to do that is more of a great question, because I think the Supreme Court is looking at it as, well, what they're doing is coming from a good place. They're trying to protect the health of the future generations. And so I think that's the particular issue that the Supreme Court is grappling with right now, which is why when you listen to this oral argument, the oral argument, even, everybody said, oh, with the conservative court, they're probably going to side with big business, they're going to side with the e-cigarette company. And what you heard in the oral argument, and it sounded like the Supreme Court was kind of deferring to the regulatory authority of the FDA.
Yeah, that was surprising. Just as Kagan said, I guess I'm not really seeing what the surprise is here, what the change is here, because basically everyone knew the FDA position on e-cigarettes. So the question that Kavanaugh brought up is, well, what's the relief here, even if you win e-cigarette companies?
Exactly, and that's the big question, and that's usually the biggest problem. It's funny, everybody spends all the time in law school thinking about the big legal arguments of why I'm right on a particular issue, but nobody ever thinks, okay, well, what if I win? What's the remedy? But you want to talk to young law students, I would tell them, probably the most important class you take while you're in law school is remedy. And they look at me confused, like, seriously, like, what are you talking about? That's like what happens after the case is over. And it's like, yeah, I know. But think about it. It's $10 million arguing that you're right, and then the court says you're right, and then they ask you, well, what do you? And so that's the issue is, for the e-cigarette company, it's like, okay, well, even if you are correct in saying that the laws that the FDA is imposing here are arbitrary and capricious, which is the legal argument that the e-cigarette companies can make, which is a good legal argument. You're making up rules and regulations that are effectively a moving target. So we as a company can craft policies to address your concerns because every month we're moving the goalposts up. And so the Supreme Court has effectively said, okay, let's tell the FDA that they need to be more definitive with their rulemaking and say, these are the laws and regulations that govern the advertising and marketing and regulation of cigarettes. How does that help you?
Are the e-cigarette companies just looking for more time to start the process over again? Or do they not want to start the process over again?
I think timing is definitely of concern, because if you think about it right now, one of the biggest things that nobody really talks about is when it comes to businesses, advertising and marketing. But they currently have the attention of a generation. So they have captivated a particular generation. So when we look at cigarette companies effectively capture the imagination of baby boomers. And that's a very large demographic. So if you're selling a product, and you only have a captive audience and a whole new generation of, so for e-cigarette companies to become Gen Z, they have I believe you will effectively continue to right now, that demographic that is very captivated by music. And I think that the urgency for the e-cigarette generation right now is that they are now being prohibited from advertising and marketing to Gen Z, which is a very lucrative industry. Because the thing about products like this, if you develop brand loyalty right now, this is the type of product that they will use throughout their life. It's not like a toy or a video game where a person may grow out of it or phase out of it. If you're an e-cigarette person, you need to use an e-cigarette for the next 30, 40, 50 years.
Do vaping companies have problems getting regular e-cigarettes approved? Or is it just about the flavored e-cigarettes?
For this particular case, and that's very important. This particular case is not about the flavor e-cigarette. Because that's what the FDA is saying. They're saying the e-cigarette company with the flavored cigarette, you're no longer targeting the 40-year-old who is trying to wean themselves off the cigarette. You are targeting the 13 to 14-year-old and the focus them on e-cigarettes so that you have them for a generation, so that you have them for the next 40 years. That e-cigarette companies will probably deny that, but that's absolutely what they're trying to do. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. That's smart marketing. The focus of this particular case for the Supreme Court is that flavored cigarettes, and the reason why it's focused on the court is because the FDA is arguing you are advertising and marketing flavored cigarettes in a maximizing their health now and for future generations.
Coming up next on the Bloomberg Law Show, I'll continue this conversation with Sean Collins. How the president-elect's name came up in the oral arguments over flavored e-cigarettes. This is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. This week on the next generation of Wall Street Week, what the U.S. trade deficit numbers out this week mean, what all those hurricanes mean for the business of insurance, especially in Florida, what needs to be done to make housing affordable around the world, and why U.S. ports are among the least efficient in the world, and why we should care.
For New Wall Street Week, listen Friday night at 6 on Bloomberg 1130. On demand wherever you get your podcasts or watch on Bloomberg Television.
This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. Some worries today on Wall Street about Friday's November jobs report. That's after first-time jobless claims for Thanksgiving came in a little higher than forecast, 224,000. And planned corporate layoffs last month got up by nearly 27% from last November. So that helped them stocks down from Wednesday's record closing highs for all the major averages. Today, the Dow fell 240 feet from upscale yoga and Amsterdam retailer Lululemon have also raised its full-year outlook. Bitcoin value finally topped $100,000, fueled by President-elect Trump. Still boosting former head of the Securities and Exchange Commission to once again run that agency. And Taylor Swift's Eras Tour book, the biggest book of the year, it sold 814,000 copies in its first week. And that was only from Target. It wasn't on Amazon or in bookstores. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
They say that the big conversations about leading economies to consolidation and productivity. The previous generations have seen actually the economies to the left. And this one, rebuilding I'm not fine. Let's get the experts here. And I got to sit down with the expert at Nokia Bella to ask these questions. Find out their answers at bloomberg.com/Nokia.
Take Bloomberg Radio with you wherever you go. Listen on the iHeartRadio app. Tune in to the Bloomberg Business app. Sirius XM 121. And the Bloomberg Terminal.
Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by Progressive Insurance.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business needs. And quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even paid options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to guarantee. Quote today in as early as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Cold check the weather. What forecast is that? What's cold and elsewhere? Coming up on Friday, mixture of cloud and sunshine and breezy. Afternoon temperature only making it to 35 to 40. Tonight we're back in the 20s. Saturday, finally 35 to 40. Sunshine 40. Temperature best. The weekend weather on Bloomberg. Back in the
Always looking and doing your best in high-performance technical wear. Cintas will make it happen. They have garments for every job imaginable. And with the Cintas footwear program, you get personally laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com. And get ready for the workday.
Stay stands tall as nothing sustainable flooring company.
It's renewable and it's resistant, but we have some green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
No, by his step, he needs to hire more installers.
I need to.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/earth and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Tomorrow, we focus on November jobs.
Still a solid economy. The unemployment rate 4.1%.
What will the numbers mean for the Fed's December meeting? Average hourly earnings growth pretty darn solid.
How does it change their vector analysis?
The November jobs report on Bloomberg Surveillance.
When you get beyond the noise,
Playing at 8:30. Listen on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg 1130. Context changes everything. This is Bloomberg Law with June Grosso from Bloomberg Radio.
Supreme Court justices seized skeptical that they could give any relief to companies whose applications to sell flavored e-cigarettes were denied by the Food and Drug Administration. The FDA said it denied the applications because the companies hadn't adequately shown that the benefits of flavored e-cigarettes in helping current smokers quit was greater than the risk that non-smokers, especially children, would be attracted to those products. Several of the justices pointed out that even if the companies reapplied, the FDA would continue to deny the application. Chief Justice Amy Barrett. Let's imagine that we are pretty confident, we have a high degree of confidence that the agency would decide the marketing question the same way on remand, on the harmless error point, but we still think that January requires us to send it back. As a practical matter, then what happens? Because if we're pretty confident the agency is going to reach the same decision, is it going to take the agency a long time to reconsider these applications and do what we think they're going to do anyway? Perhaps the vaping company's best hope is the incoming Trump administration. Here's the attorney for the vaping company, Eric Heiner.
And frankly, we don't know what how FDA is going to approach down in that. We have a new administration coming in, the president-elect is on record saying, I want to save flavored vapes. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like, and maybe that the approach the agency takes is much more aligned with the statute and looks at all the risks and benefits.
President Company Sean Collins, a partner at Stradley. So before we go any further, just sum up the arguments on each side.
Major argument, you are advertising and marketing cigarettes in the manner whereby you trying to make them incredibly attractive to 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And by doing that, you are compromising their health now and for life. Well, you can't create an arbitrary and capricious rule that says you as an e-cigarette company can advertise and market your e-cigarettes. You just can't do it.
So consider the people from the ultra-conservative Fifth Circuit. There's the circuit split. The second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, ninth, tenth, and easy circuits have sided with the FDA and denied the petition for request to stay the agency's marketing denial orders for flavored e-cigarettes. The Supreme Court advocate this case is dragging it out. Even though more than one of the justices said there was no real relief to be had here.
That certainly sounds good. That sounds like what's happening here. I was surprised that the Fifth Circuit was the lone wolf here, for lack of a better word. It's not the type of ruling that I would expect. But yeah, that's what the Supreme Court is representing right now, especially the open rule system.
It is surprising that the justices seem to be crediting the FDA's expertise here. This is a court that has been skeptical of the power of federal regulators, including by striking down the Chevron doctrine that had judges deferring to agencies' interpretations of the law.
I think that this, I personally don't think this is kind of outside of what to be expected from this court. I think that this court is very fixated on not necessarily tearing down the authority of a particular agency, but making sure, especially in this particular Supreme Court, they are very focused on making sure that a particular agency does not exceed the authority that was originally granted to it. And so, for instance, I use the FTC as an example. I used to talk about the FDA in this particular case. But those probably even 34 years ago now, there was a ruling that actually said, hey, the FTC has gone way beyond bounds of what the authority that was originally given to them by Congress. Especially in the military, it's called mission creep. And you set out for objective A, and then the next thing you know, you're going after B, C, D, E, and F. It's like, before you know it, everybody starts asking the question of, all right, well, when did the FTC make the decision of going after these types of cases? And so with this particular issue, I think the Supreme Court is looking at it and saying, again, this is kind of how I started my comments, was, let's do, at a very high level, why did we create the FDA? The FDA was created because back in 1800, there was a out there selling drugs that will really harm the people. And so as a society, we should probably have efficiency as responsible for regulating food and drugs that are sold and marketed to the United States of America. And when we cut to the red tape of that, what does that mean? How do we keep Americans safe? And so when you look at what the FDA is doing here, they're saying we are creating these rules because we are trying to keep teenagers safe. We have this 80 years worth of literature and research that pretty consistently proves that smoking is bad for you. It's really bad for your lungs. It causes lung cancer. And I don't think there's anybody that disagrees with that. And e-cigarettes, while they are a better alternative, they're still not great for your health. And the FDA has presented some pretty convincing evidence, again, that goes beyond whatever your political views may be. And it's kind of unequivocal that e-cigarettes are probably not good for the lungs of teenagers. And so the physicians are looking at this and saying, well, the FDA has been passed to keep teenagers safe. And they are now passing laws and regulations that are very local to keep teenagers safe. Pretty crazy. But even in this concern, the Supreme Court has to look at it and say, good job, FDA, you're doing your job.
During his campaign, Trump said that he was going to save vaping, basically. And during the oral argument, the attorneys for the companies pointed to that. So what's the effect of the new administration? Can the FDA just do a 180 on e-flavored cigarettes?
Obviously, whenever there's a new administration, there's always every federal agency that's really significant shift in policy. So whoever takes over the FDA is going to be Donald Trump's appointee, and they are going to execute the wishes of President Trump. Now, I will say that, look, when President Trump says, I'm going to support e-cigarettes, he can do that and still kind of tag in to what the Supreme Court is talking about here. But keep in mind, who did he appoint as his Department of Health and Human Services? RFK2. And they've already talked about saying, all right, we're going to take use a lot of scrutiny with respect to the drugs that we are administering to the American company. So when you look at what's going on here, let me say this, I am by no means beating up on the e-cigarette industry at all. What's at stake here is the fact that the FDA believes that the e-cigarette companies are advertising and marketing their products to people who are not legally authorized to buy their products. I probably should have started with that. And so what the FDA is saying is, hey, e-cigarette companies, if you want to put billboards up on every single billboard along every major freeway in the United States to say, if you are 18 and up, you should really buy my product, knock yourself out. But the problem is the data suggests that many of the products that you are marketing, more 14, 15, and 16-year-olds are buying the product than 18 and up. And we think that is very intentional on your part and that you are aware of the fact that your advertising and marketing is targeting more mentally for people who are not even legally authorized to buy your product. That's what they're thinking. And I think that candidly, when you look at who President Trump picks for his Department of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr., and then his equally, his I work for e-cigarettes. I think they can achieve both of those things. It's the same e-cigarette company. If you want to increase your profits and sales for 18 now, so be it. As long as you don't break any laws, go for it. But you can't market your products that are working efficiently.
Thanks so much, Sean. That's Sean Collins, a partner strategy with Carson and Rep. And for those who are counting on President-elect Trump to change the rules for flavored e-cigarettes, let's take a look at his various positions during his first administration. In 2019, Trump threatened to ban most flavored e-cigarettes from the market due to concerns over the appeal to children. He had a national the ban after it was met with industry resistance. In 2020, this ban on certain e-cigarette pods made by companies like Blue Lab prohibited flavored e-liquids but allowed menthol and tobacco products on the market. He also signed a law that raised the federal legal age for purchasing tobacco from 18 to 21, which vaping proponents say lowered youth vaping numbers. So stay tuned. In other legal news today, more fallout from the fatal shooting of Tyree Nichols in Memphis, Tennessee. The Department of Justice is threatening to sue Memphis police over a pattern of excessive force following a federal investigation that followed national protests over the case. The Justice Department says its investigation found unconstitutional police practices in Memphis, including discrimination against black people and people with behavioral health disabilities. Here's U.S. Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark.
And to me, officers unnecessarily escalated encounters with some of the most vulnerable members of this community, children.
The investigation is hitting home for Memphis native and U.S. Attorney Reagan Taylor Condon.
We have a long history of civil rights organizing and those who march for civil rights, sat in at lunch counters, and kneeled in churches, sacrificed so that we would live by one rule of law.
5 Memphis police officers were fired and charged with murder in the death of Tyree Nichols and indicted by a federal grand jury. Coming up next on the Bloomberg Law Show, the justice is once again faced with questions over the role that U.S. courts should play in returning property owned by Holocaust survivors by foreign countries during World War II. Remember, you can always get the latest legal news by listening and subscribing to our Bloomberg Law podcast. You can find them on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and at Bloomberg.com/podcast/law. And attorneys, get the latest in AI-powered legal analytics, business insights, and workplace tools at BloombergLaw.com. With guidance from our experts, you'll grasp the latest trends in the legal industry, helping you achieve better results. For the practice of law, the business of law, the future of law, visit BloombergLaw.com. I'm June Grosso, and you're listening to Bloomberg.
This is New York's only 24-hour source for world markets and trading business. The latest market news from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at CBS News. CBS News Free Governor Gavin Newsom says Northern California will get help dealing with the aftermath of the morning 7.0 magnitude earthquake. We're concerned about damage, particularly in the northern part of this state. I can see that in Humboldt County as a consequence of that. I just signed off a state emergency declaration. Speaker Mike Johnson met with Washington. It's from the top today. We believe it's an historic moment for the country. Johnson says there's widespread support for cutting the size of the government. We need to make government more efficient. And that is what this whole objective is. That's what the Doge effort will be about. And you're going to see a 5-camera cooperation, and it will be, by the way, bipartisan. It's planned to return to the moon. Here's NASA's Chief Bill Nelson.
Assuming the space explorer is ready, we plan to launch Artemis 2 in mid-2026.
CBS News brings life into the breeze. And I'm Charlie Malcolm. The Bloomberg News range next week. 5 points declines after U.S. stocks fell for the first time in 5 sessions. Sessions ahead of jobs data tomorrow morning. It will help determine whether the Fed cuts rates in December. Equities in Australia, futures in Japan and Hong Kong all fell. Right now, as we check the ASX 200 index, $50. It is trading lower by about 0.4%. Close of trading today in the U.S. We did hear from Lululemon Athletica, and it edged up its full-year outlook, showing the upscale activewear brand is making progress in fending off upstart competitors and slower growth in consumer spending. Also reporting after the close of trading, we heard from Hewlett Packard Enterprise, and it reported better-than-expected quarterly revenue along with the sales of servers to power artificial intelligence work. Big the shares of American Airlines today by 16.8%. American is boosting its forecast that it Benedict Camo covers airlines for Bloomberg News out of Berlin.
People traveling again. People on the way. During Thanksgiving, 50 million people leave the rail mostly by car. But really, an increasingly large number of people are flying again, are sort of rediscovering air travel, be it for short trips or for longer hops over here to Europe, to the US.
Bloomberg Benedict Camo again. American Airlines shares up today by 16.8%. Boeing's plea deal with American prosecutors over two 737 MAX jet crashes has been rejected by a federal judge. Start out with the Dow days for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ with retreating strong records. Speaking of retreating, Bitcoin now down by 2.3% to the 96,000 handle just about this time yesterday. Bitcoin broke the $100,000 threshold. Bitcoin right now 96,825. S&P lower by 11, down 0.2%. The Dow down 248, down 5 cents, and NASDAQ today down 34, a decline there of 0.2%. For all on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Thomas, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
French President Emmanuel Macron is searching for a new prime minister. All about the confidence to vote in Parliament. Emmanuel Macron has railing off the new prime. Maybe the prime minister in the coming days.
Changes are now way past zero.
There's no budget, but it's not like the US. There's no shutdown. And your question is, what is the left and the right way to vote for? News coverage and complete analysis on Bloomberg Ohio. Context changes everything. Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
The Money Stuff Podcast from Bloomberg Opinion. Matt Levine and Katie Garfield discuss Wall Street, finance, and other stuff. Subscribe today wherever you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by Blindster.com.
Want to save up to 50% on new blinds? Blinds.com offers custom-made blind safety shutters at prices far less than big box retail. And right now, save up to 50% off through December 10th during our Cyber Week sale. Blinds.com.
Now, your three-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Pretty clear, anything cold in the city, so high low temperatures from daytime time, 25 to cold in the suburbs. Sun clouds, drifts by Friday, high temperature only 35 to 40, and feeling cold Friday night, back in the 20s. And then Saturday, the start of the weekend, we do so with partly sunny skies, and again temperatures rather cool, 35 to 40. This is Gary Betts with your weekend weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Bloomberg Radio on demand and if you're podcasting
On the latest Conscious Power podcast, we talk with Gregory Allen from the Center for Strategic and International Studies Wadhwani AI Center about the impact of export controls of advanced technologies to China.
There's also advanced deposition equipment, advanced etching equipment, and China's positioning differs in different categories of equipment. They're dramatically behind in lithography equipment. In some sub-niches of deposition and etching equipment, they're still good, although they're quite a bit behind the global state-of-the-art, as represented by well-organized wood companies can do, and the companies can do what the Dutch companies can do.
How can China get that equipment, American-made equipment, potentially through other countries? A lot of ways to backdoor this stuff, as we have seen.
Yes, exactly. And of course, the American equipment companies, the point that they're making is, hey, if other countries are going to sell this, we're able to sell it to them. So that's why they're really concerned about the export controls occurring in a unilateral basis, because then there's no strategic impact on China, and there's a loss of sale by U.S. companies. And so in early response to export controls, what you've seen is U.S. firms actually increasing their shipments of semiconductor manufacturing equipment coming out of the countries to which they outsource some of their manufacturing. So it's no longer a U.S. export, it's now a Malaysian export. It's coming from a U.S. company. The most recent tranche of export controls designed by the Biden administration expands the usage of of the foreign-bred product rule, which is a little bit esoteric category of export control law, but it should put a real stop to all of that category of stuff. Now, wherever it's made in the world, if it includes U.S. content, export controls are going to apply, or Dutch or Japanese local export controls are going to apply.
Here's a full conversation on the latest edition of the Balancing Power Podcast. Listen on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere else you get your podcasts.
This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. OpenAI introducing a $2 a month subscription for its chatbot, ChatGPT, which includes unlimited access to its most powerful AI models and an improved version of its software that it says can perform human-like reasoning. Some jitters on Wall Street today about just how strong Friday's November jobs report might be. Remember, only 12,000 jobs were added in October. The data will help the Fed determine whether lower interest rates and that at least in less than 2 weeks. And the fast the Dow today heading 248 points lower, 0.5% lower. The Nasdaq had a little back yesterday, 12-11. But on the gainer, shares of American Airlines soaring 17% higher. It raised its profit outlook for the current quarter on a surge in holiday travel. And Uber Eats announcing some benefits for holiday services like delivering a Christmas tree and Uber carolers. Only through this Saturday in Los Angeles, New York, Dallas, Miami, and Washington. Stop by Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Law with June Russell from Bloomberg Radio.
The Supreme Court once again struggled with the role that U.S. courts should play in returning properties stolen by foreign countries during World War II to the original owners. In several cases brought by Holocaust survivors against foreign nations, the justices have wrestled with how to balance the international friction that can result from hauling sovereign nations into U.S. courts, while at the same time fulfilling Congress's intent to allow suits in some cases. In a case the justices heard on Tuesday, Holocaust survivors and their families say Hungary, an international railroad, stole property from Jews while transporting them to concentration camps. The claimant living in the U.S. is the proper place to resolve the legal dispute. Join me is MC Sandala, a partner at Complex Appellate Litigation Group. So MC, we have seen similar cases before. In fact, we've seen this case at the Supreme Court before.
In our case, this is really all kinds of property case. Most of these cases are all kinds of Holocaust property, but this is, yeah, we sent the people off the camp, and we also took, all of their property and transported that on the rail line. So we're trying to, make the claim, and have been doing like many of these Holocaust claims, we've bouncing back and forth between the Supreme Court, the Federal Court of Appeal, the District Court, on some very threshold issues which often come up in these cases involving sovereign immunity. Under the Foreign Sovereign Immunity Act, and to the Hungarian government or some other country's government or the FD.
We've talked about this so many times. I'm surprised this issue wasn't more settled.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking back at some of the sovereign immunity questions that have come up in the Holocaust context, and the last, ultimately successful one was Altman back in 2004, where the question there was just whether the Foreign Sovereign Immunity Act applied retroactively or not, and therefore allowed also to bring her claim against Austria for her teaching that also existed. And in that case, the court said, yes, Foreign Sovereign Immunity Act applies retroactively, and therefore property taken in violation of international law, which her case qualified for. Yes, okay, that's standard, and it can be used to government for that. But since then, in this case and others have really dealt with, okay, now that we know you're applied retroactively, what are the sort of exceptions within that statute that allow
kind of things to be brought, and how do all of those various exceptions, kind of work out and get right? Because here this appropriation exception, and really it seems like the DC Circuit has been trying very hard to find a way to allow these funds to be brought, right? There's all various aspects of appropriation that they've been hanging their hat on to say, no, you really need to look more carefully district court, or there's a possibility here, that a claim could be brought. We need to look at that again. And each time it's been sent back on the particular theory that the circuit may have relied on, but the Supreme Court has just opened up other avenues for consideration. So that's why it keeps coming back, and you think we haven't solved these problems already. We haven't figured out the scope of sovereign immunity, and it seems like here is this effort to make sure we have turned over every rock, to make sure that we have fully investigated every potential for a claim that is hungry. It keeps coming back for that reason.
The cases we've discussed before involved artworks, particular artworks that were stolen. This case involves property, and it's unclear to me what kind of property that the Hungarian government stole and then liquidated, and the money went into the Jackson Treasury. And then that fund was used to issue bonds in the U.S. But how would they trace the stolen property to the bonds?
Yeah, that's the question, and I think that was the concern that Louisiana might have, or argument really on both sides. There was some of the justices who suggested, well, this question of commingling and the proof of commingling and what percentage of the money here in the U.S. Needs to be either theoretical or just potentially traceable to this nationalized property that has been taken from Jewish families, and that was really kind of the rub, right? Looking at what level of proof and who needs to prove it, and the justices were kind of scratching their heads saying, well, on the one hand, we're concerned that you, as a claimant, could almost make any claim, like, sure, there must be some trace element of commingling, and as a result of that, could be even a small amount, that now you can make a claim against another country in U.S. court. That seems concerning, because this is an exception to the Sovereign Immunity Act, which general provisions that you cannot sue countries in U.S. courts. And on the other hand, there were the concerns raised, well, if you don't have allow some kind of claim for commingling, and giving some kind of blasphemy for that definition, then any bad actor could just go, oh, well, I'm gonna take your property, and then the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna commingle it with something. I'm gonna put it somewhere else, because now we're doing from this exception to have things for identity. And so there's also that concern that, like, well, if you make it too easy for someone to kind of hide the ball and get themselves outside of this exception, then what's the point of having the exception? So both of those concerns about going too far, and concerns about letting folks who are violating international law off the boat more easily. Those are the tensions that the members of the court identified.
I feel like I've heard the same concerns from the justices about, the risk of reciprocal actions by other countries, and it's a big deal to haul a foreign country into U.S. court. I mean, those are the same things they've been saying for years.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same because it's the same concerns and policies animating U.S. foreign policy and the State Department's view on these things, and also they're looking at the Foreign Sovereign Immunity Act and the various things that Congress stated in enacting those. So Yeah, so come up with the same concerns because they're looking at various aspects of the same statute. And so the same policy concerns.
Tell it all from the oral arguments, which way it was going. It seems to me like the justices were all over the place.
I mean, I think it's hard. I think it's hard as you tell here, but if you look at our overarching concerns, like you mentioned before, which is we don't want to open the door to everyone to bring their concerns to the court. That, and maybe somebody could do this to us, and we want to be careful about that too, of being held into other courts. That is to show, conservative sort of reaction to this is to say we don't want to do anything that would make that easier. We want to be very cautious about that. And so you say, oh, well, if you want to go with where the court ends up going normally or typically in these cases, they typically end up being, very, very narrowly concerning the exception to the Foreign Sovereign Immunity Act. But on the other hand, every once in a while, you have cases like Albany, where they said, okay, we're opening the book, we're applying the act retroactively and, allowing the claim to be brought. So it's possible, but those concerns are still in the court, and so it's possible, but most likely that they will close the door to the court too.
And the Altman court, I don't know what justices were on the court at that point, but most of them are certainly not on the court now.
But a completely different court, and that's 2004, so we're talking, 20 years ago.
It doesn't seem like they're split ideologically.
No, that isn't, that's a different thing. You can't say, oh, well, the conservatives are this way, and the more liberal folks are considering another way on this issue. There's really this larger concern about their role, the court's role, the executive branch's role in sovereign immunity, and so it's not an ideological question, but it is a question that across multiple iterations of the court that they have this concern. They want to make sure that they are executing on what Congress has that's legislated, and that they're not going
It seems like they have taken a case to reverse the D.C. Circuit. Is that your conclusion that they're going to end up reversing the D.C. Circuit in some way, in some argument?
Yeah, it's possible, although in the past they've opened up, they've closed one door and opened another one for this case, which is why it keeps coming back too. So, perhaps that will happen again. That one door gets closed, another door is, it's slightly ajar, and then the case continues. The D.C. Circuit is very interested in making sure that they explore every potential avenue before they absolutely you should not be reviewing right there.
The cost of litigating these cases for 10 years and with 2 appeals to the Supreme Court must be considerable. Great to talk to you as always, MC. That's thanks to Sandrala, our partner at Complex Appellate Litigation Group. And that's it for this edition of the Bloomberg Law Show. Remember, you can always get the latest legal news by listening to our Bloomberg Law podcast. You can find them on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and at Bloomberg.com/podcast/law. I'm Drew Belso. Stay with us. These top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com. Business app, Bloomberg 730. That's the latest market moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at CBS News.
California take off Northern California coast.
A hard jolt and then a long roll.
Murder suspect.
Investigators are getting more and more anxious. They want to solve this.
Embattled Defense Secretary Dick says that President-elect Trump
Find us all at the
This is the CBS World News Roundup Late Edition, I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A magnitude 7 offshore earthquake rattles a portion of the West Coast. In Northern California, Humboldt County Second District Supervisor Michelle Guzman.
We have a lot of broken windows, water mains, broken chimneys. So we're still assessing damage in some houses and also foundations.
CBS is documenting the late morning on the West Coast, where people are calling for the San Francisco about 2 miles away, causing rolling motion for several seconds. Smaller aftershocks follow. The National Weather Service issued a rare tsunami warning, which has since been lifted, covering more than 500 miles of coastline, affecting at least 5.3 million people in California and Oregon. More details coming out as police spend a second day searching for the suspects in the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Police believe the suspect discarded the gas mask in the car. Trash bin outside of the Starbucks has been dusted for alleged fingerprints. And CBS's Anna Schechter says of the gun,
It's a B&T Station 6 gun. You saw there in the video, it's an unusual looking gun. It's got a very long barrel there.
the shell casings found at the scene had the words delay, deny, and possibly depose written on them. Pete Hegseth is a fighter. For a third day, President-elect Donald Trump's pick for defense secretary tries to drum up support by meeting with more senators.
I'm a different man than I was years ago. That's a redemption story that I think a lot of Americans appreciate.
In addition to sexual misconduct and drinking allegations, senators in both parties have expressed concern about Hegseth's comments that women should not serve in frontline military combat jobs. It got shooting at Capitol Hill today as a House panel questioned acting Secret Service Director Ronald Rowe on the agency's response to assassination attacks on President-elect Trump. Republican Congressman Pat Howard accused Rowe of playing politics when he attended a 9/11 memorial event with the nation's top leaders, directly behind Vice President Kamala Harris. Also on Capitol Hill, the House has rejected Democratic efforts to force the release of Matt Gaetz's ethics report. Stocks fell on Wall Street as the jobs report. Now this.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car repair needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck. Now what is it?
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I was in 43,000.
It got really bad.
I have quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about weed charging that coming out of my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
I figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. A team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I paid an incredible amount of money. I had to go and come close. I was absolutely overdosed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with your call Optima Tax Relief. You don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-348-6460. 800-348-6460. 800-348-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The latest plea deal between Boeing and U.S. prosecutors over 2 737 MAX jet crashes has been rejected by a federal judge in Texas. Reporter Chris Fox.
U.S. District Judge Reed O'Connor siding with the family members of those killed in the 2 Boeing 737 MAX crashes. They urged the judge to reject the agreement on the grounds that he failed to adequately hold Boeing accountable using an independent monitor. The family wants the U.S. Department of Justice to prosecute Boeing on anger and lawsuits on scam on the Ethiopian Airlines flight. For the meeting, we does not give accountability to 346 deaths. Chris Fox for CBS News, Austin.
NASA delays its crew lunar landing mission to mission this to 2027, Administrator Bill Nelson.
To complete our updates to the Orion environmental controls and the life support systems that were identified earlier this year.
You were listening to the CBS World News Roundup.
And I'm Charlie from the Bloomberg Newsroom. It was a down day on Wall Street today for Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all with the record. Age equities lower right now. The U.S. stock fell for the first time in 5 sessions ahead of jobs. Tomorrow morning, it will help determine whether the Federal Reserve cuts rates in December. Right now, Kospi in Seoul, South Korea, up 0.6%. And in Tokyo, Nikkei 225 index fell by 0.3%. S&P today down 11 at 6,075, decline of 0.2%. The Dow dropped 248, down 0.5%. Nasdaq down 34, dropped 0.2%. Also keeping an eye on Bitcoin after yesterday's surge above $100,000. Bitcoin right now down 2.5%. Bitcoin is 96,550. The next big economic event for markets does come tomorrow morning when we get the all-important jobs report. Lisa Shabbat is Production Officer for Wealth Management at Morgan Stanley.
Well, we are unequivocal that the earnings expectations are being given current valuations require that companies are going to really have to execute next year. The reality is that the consumer is still two-thirds of this economy, and that comes down to, do folks have jobs? And the jobs numbers are also going to determine the pace of Fed rate cuts, which is also, part of the bull case here.
Morgan Stanley's Lisa Shabbat. Now, the economist surveyed by Bloomberg estimated non-farm payrolls rose from 250,000 in November, rebounding after two hurricanes, and are now in the slightly lower October numbers. Of course, we have a job report when it comes tomorrow morning at 3 a.m. Wall Street time on the Bloomberg survey. The seconds are down, the S&P and Nasdaq lower, this lower, but the truth for records, S&P down 11, across the 3%. For 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Howard, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. The weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
According to clear region cold in the city for Taiwan, temperatures from within 25 degrees the cold in suburbs. Southern clouds with wind on clouds, Pacific strong between 35 and 40. It's very cold by night, back in the 20s. If it's Saturday, the start of the weekend, will do so with partly sunny skies. And again, temperatures on the cool, 35 and 40. This is Gary Duffy with your weekend weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Bloomberg on the studios. Podcast, radio, news.
Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to the online podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Tracy Alloway. Today you are listening to our conversation with Noah Ox, the Managing Director of Product Sourcing and Origination at Oaktree. We're talking about how private credit deals actually come into being.
We talk to a lot of investors on the podcast. We talk to a lot of people whose job in some way resembles our job, which is looking at screens all day or maybe looking at data. I think if I ever had gone into finance, I would have a job that involved a lot of looking at screens and a lot of maybe looking at data, but mostly just looking at screens. We go on the talk to a lot of people who are in the role of actually talking to other people about making things happen. I never think I'd be good at that. I want to hang out with anything or stuff like that. And so I want to learn and talk to more people about how actually in finance, whether we're talking about a deal, whether we're talking about issues, etc., how that actually happens, how an instrument or security actually comes into the world.
Well, I'm very pleased to say, Jim, we do in fact have the perfect guest for this topic. We're going to be speaking to someone whose day-to-day business is talking to people, sourcing, and finding deals. We're going to kind of thread the needle between sourcing deals and also something else you've been interested in lately, which is private credit.
That's right.
All right, so without further ado, we're speaking with Noah Hobbs. He leads Oaktree Sourcing and Originations Group. So really, again, the perfect person. Noah, thank you so much for coming on Off.
Thanks, man.
So I'm right about the Pictorial toy. You've seen this toy.
Yes, I've seen it. We moved during COVID 2020 and we bought a house and now I have like a library. And in that library, there's two things from investment banking that I have. I have bank books from deals. We used to go to a printer. We used to draft.
Oh, like the pitch deck.
Well, it's like the actual, it's like it's the book of the stuff to do with the transaction, transaction overviews, and companies and business.
And that is what folks use to actually underwrite deals back in the 2000s. Yeah. And now we have a lot of them.
So the unit that you're leaving at Oak Street, that was created relatively recently,
It was.
2020. What was the thinking behind that?
So the market price started in the original financing of deals has evolved quite a bit. It just goes back to kind of pre-Dodd-Frank. Most private equity firms didn't have what we call capital markets professionals. And post Dodd-Frank and the migration and inclusion of a robust private credit market, most of the private equity firms have capital markets professionals. It really spent time drafting and creating structuring financing for the private equity practice. So what they figured out, those two were founded in 1985 and made a couple $100 billion. So what we were figuring out when I first started in 2013, every strategy within a street kind of did its own thing. So if the deal came in the one strategy, it didn't work, it just kind of died in that strategy. So what we decided as the market evolved and moved towards capital solution provider versus this fund does this and this fund does that, we created my group with the real purpose of a couple things. Number one is making sure you are focused on providing capital solutions versus trying to figure out what fits a particular strategy. Oh, I see. Yeah. And then the second reason we really did it is that, capital is the commodity in our business. Everyone has a lot of money. But how do you get the first call and the last call? That's the relationship. So my team is meant to really spend time and develop relationships with the counterparty. Because the reality of it is, we're not agreeing on, we have different investors. So a private equity firm has a different investor base than we have. Yeah. And so the goal in my group is to, one, make sure the entire firm sees the transaction. And two, we're involved in part of the deal, right? And so the goal is, no one really should win it. Both parties should be just mildly annoyed. And how do you do that? Yeah. How do you do that? I know when you do that, really.
That's funny because we say that in journalism sometimes. Like the goal is for everyone to be like slightly dissatisfied with the story, right? If everyone's happy, then you basically put out a press release.
Yeah, somebody's wrong. If one side is really happy, the other side's probably wrong.
Why don't you just give us a sort of brief overview? If someone says, what do you do and how do you get here?
Yeah.
What do you do and how do you get here?
Yeah, so you don't want my full background.
Oh, I actually do because I've been in the market for a really long time.
Yeah, okay, so childhood. Okay, I'll start from. So look, my dad was in public accounting, and originally, so I got a full academic scholarship to Rutgers to go to law school. I sat in political science, and I would fall asleep and wake up, and they were talking about the same thing. So I said, I don't think I need 4 years of political science. So I switched to accounting. Because my generation, you did what you don't say to do. And so I switched to public to accounting. And my dad said, you don't do public accounting, you don't. So I started out in a firm called Massachusetts now, it's a predecessor to the Bank of America. And the most interesting job I had in listening to it, I was a controller for the in the front. And I said, I want to be a leverage finance banker. And these are like, it sounds silly when you're in age, but they wore nice ties, nice shoes, they were in big finance. And at that time, Nation Bank was a pretty big terminal B lender. And so the head of the group basically said, look, so they're going to say, so again, I went to G Capital, and I financed commercial business for loans, contracts, cars, trucks, forklifts. Did that for 1 year with a I summoned a first Boston, and I summoned an asset-backed and leverage finance, doing the bank in 2000 full time. And during that time period, I structured a lot of large senior market deals.
You've been launching the first ever portfolio deal.
Yeah.
And so you have that deal to it.
I have it. I'll be honest with you. I think I did it so I can see. I like to want it. I know somebody. But then in 2007, I left it. Really, first of all, if you go back to 2007, the market is very complicated. So, versus today, for the underwriters owned all the leverage finance risk, right? So you can see the market, when I got a call to say, hey, what leverage would you provide in a deal? I asked private equity firms, actual individuals were, and they say, well, it's based on their revenue. But they could see that coming to a head. So in 2007, I was a Goldman Sachs. I think that we were looking at that, and also did how you said, you know, doing it in example. So it's always interesting when we're going to track on
With the actual development of the industry itself. At one point, there were just a handful of very small, or a handful of banks that ran leveraged finance, and then, of course, you get the proliferation of all that.
Well, why don't we dive into that a little bit more? So talk to us about how it has evolved over the course of your career.
Yeah, so, look, when I first started, covenants were pretty standard. Amendments were actually fairly standard. And as we move forward, by 2007, the inventory market was coming up. The one interesting thing about Dodd-Frank was the credit agreement, the document that sort of governs the loan, if you will, you had to hedge 50% of the 20-year risk. And so going into the cycle, the two things that the thing is one, hope for hedge. And then the other thing is, I want, if you remember, back to that 5%. So the spread to be able to 250 to get to that 7.5% average LBO. Well, what happened after Dodd-Frank when the market crashed, the global financial crisis, rates went to zero, right? So companies actually generated cash flow in that cycle. The challenge or difference we have today is we've been in no rate environment, so no one really pays. One, and then two, so because of the global basis, the spread on years is higher. Instead of 250, you had 500, 600. So when 22, when rates start to move up, you actually have a solution where a lot of things could support the cash flow because you don't have to fix that and most folks were not hedged like they were in 2007.
Can you talk a little bit, you know, it's a theme that obviously comes up in every private credit, but also other episodes. Talk to us a little bit more about like, the passage of Dodd-Frank and how it's fed into that. That this is going to restructure the financial industry. There are various activities, whether we're talking about trading, whether we're talking about lending, et cetera. These are not going to be part of the banks anymore.
Right.
Talk to us a little bit about the sort of early, we're talking 2009, 2010, those initial conversations that people were having about something, new opportunities that are emerging.
Right. Well, if you go back to 2007, and a portfolio manager side was selling risk in the market, the banks were the shock absorbers to that risk.
Yeah.
Right. So, you know, when I was sitting at Goldman Sachs, it wasn't unusual for us to buy $200 million of an issue.
And it'd be on your balance sheet.
It'd be on our balance sheet. Post the Dodd-Frank was effectively saying, okay, if you go back to the leverage, I'll bring up the technical, but no, that's right. Banks were leveraged 1 to global financial markets. Post were 15 times levered, right? So once you shrunk that liquidity or capital out of the banks, they can no longer absorb. And so what happens is, and this is why liquidity is really a sort of phenomenon. So when a PM calls the desk and says, hey, I have to move 5, 10, 15 million, you're not really sure what they're going to value because they know the market's not liquid. When I was in solar trading, PIMCO or somebody would call and say, hey, I've got several million to move, and I say, well, this is your first call or last call, and they laugh and they say, why? I said, because I give you 2 different prices. And so what happens in a market that's less liquid is as they're trying to sell, they call roughly different banks, and every time they make a call, a bank then assumes that there's more behind that. And so they re-rack the prices. And so in a public security, which is different private, a public security can actually move pricing without anything really trading, but on the anticipation that they're supplying. And so that created, you know, if you go back to 2009, the private credit market was like $300 billion, right? Most of that was more mezz or off the run, not what we call our regular direct lending private credit, which we were active in, but we're not going with the stress opportunities, right?
Stay tuned for more of our conversations with Ocean Nowhere High.
Bloomberg Money Minute, a victory for family members of Boeing crash victims. A federal judge rejected Boeing's plea deal with U.S. prosecutors over two 737 MAX jet crashes from 5 years ago that killed a total of 346 people. The judge took issue with language directing prosecutors to consider race when selecting an independent monitor and urging that monitor to answer to the U.S. government, not the court. Those crashes involved an Ethiopian airjet and one from Indonesia's Lion Air. This week's rally on Wall Street stalling out today. A lot of jitters about Friday's November jobs report. The Dow ending 248 points lower. That's 0.5%. The Nasdaq lost 35. The S&P was down 11. An earnings beat after the closing bell from Hewlett-Packard Enterprises, thanks to a jump in sales of servers to power artificial intelligence computing. And Google's self-driving taxi company Waymo said it's expanding its ride-hailing service to Miami, but it won't start until 2026. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
The Money Stuff Podcast from Bloomberg Opinion. Matt Levine and Katie Garfield discuss Wall Street, finance, and other stuff. Subscribe today wherever you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by Blindster.com.
Want to save up to 50% on new blinds? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters at prices far less than big box retailers. And right now, save up to 50% off through December 10th during our Cyber Week sale. Blindster.com.
Landmark infrastructure was passed in the last Congress. Now comes the market value zone. The global U.S. infrastructure development ETF, ticker CADD, invests in dozens of companies helping shape the future of American infrastructure. Investing involves risk, including possible loss of principal. Investments in infrastructure-related companies have greater exposure to potential adverse economic, regulatory, political, and other changes affecting such entities. Before investing, carefully consider the fund's objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in the full or summary prospectus at globalxetfs.com. Read carefully. Distributed by SEI Investments Distribution Company.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
The cold stretch of weather is coming up for us. The forecast to tonight, clear skies and breezy. Low temperatures by 1. Mid-time about 25 to 30. Of course, cold and moist air. Coming up on Friday, mixture of cloud and sunshine and breezy. Afternoon temperature coming up to 39 to 40. Tonight was less than 20. The cloudy time skies. Saturday, hot and 35 to 40. With our sunshine 40 on Sunday. This is Gary Best. The weekend weather on Bloomberg.
Jewish Middle Park board member and Jewish activist Martine French talks about why the JCF is so important for philanthropists, and especially when contributing to time-sensitive emergency relief.
I chose JCF for my charitable giving because it is a very, very easy way to support the things that I am passionate about. I suggest everyone choose JCF as a donor-advised fund. They are flexible, they are reliable, they get the money to where it's got to go quickly.
In good times and during crisis, Jewish Communal Fund is a trusted partner. A $500,000 grant from JCF's endowment was awarded to UJA Federation of New York's Israel Emergency Fund on behalf of our community. JCF's profits support UJA's network of Jewish organizations and the broader community. Contact JCF to set up a donor-advised fund. JCF makes supporting all of your charities easy. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277.
Get the best in finance, investment, and economics with the Bloomberg Podcast channel on YouTube.
We are seeing stocks rise around the world.
We have a massive rally in the bond market.
Record revenue up Apple. We've got inflation moderating.
I'm Tom Keene, inviting you to watch and listen to the best analysis on business and investment. Visit the Bloomberg Podcast channel on YouTube to hear from the smartest names on Wall Street. Just head to YouTube and search Bloomberg Podcast today.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
This is All Thoughts on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Tracy Alloway.
And I'm Joe Weisenthal.
Today's episode, we are looking at how to find the next great deal. We're speaking with Millwood Hobbs of Oak Tree.
And over time, because of the liquidity and capital requirements of banks, more of that has just migrated to the private credit market. Supplemented by the fact that there are these private equity professionals who are very efficient at looking at both projects and figuring out where they should play or where they should place their credit or their deals.
I'm getting a lot of flashbacks to writing about corporate bond inventories at the dealers around 2012. So just on this note, is the pitch from private credit, is it basically like you don't need to worry about us actually being able to do or complete this deal, whereas at a bank, they're taking into account leverage considerations, regulatory requirements, and all of that.
Right. So with proper dealership, right, if you're sitting in private equity, your job is to find the most best price capital for your deal, right? The public market, they're very good at saying, here is the indicative, so let's just say the indicative on the term loan is SOFR plus 4, right? Then the private equity firm comes to us and says, where will you actually own this, right? So they get a level where we're owning, which won't be the indicative. Because remember, the banks are marketing, hey, we can get you the best rate and best execution. We're in the storage business. The banks are in the movie. So they're trying to move the risk, and we own the risk. And so we price the risk where we're holding. And if those two are not aligned, then what you add to that 400, you add what we call flex. So if you take the indicative plus flex, that gives you an idea of what the banks are willing to say that this debt will price. So let's say the flex is 150 basis points. So they know on the private equity side, they know worst case, the banks will own it at SOFR 550, which the banks have gotten that sort of flex number based on their discussions with us to know where we would actually own that risk.
I see.
Yeah, so the process is how do you create an efficient auction to have the debt in the right market at the right pricing with the right structure.
Okay, so here's my other question. When you're about to do a deal, or when you find a deal, who are you actually talking to? Is it the banks, or is it like the companies that are borrowing in the market?
So generally, in a
What's your meeting?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So, sorry, that's a crazy question, but I'm just sort of like,
I'm talking.
I'm going to phrase the question.
I'm talking to both, right? Everyone's like, and the goal is, the more conversations I have, the more informed I am of where the market is, right? You know, the interesting thing about public markets is that market reprices risk faster than private credit because there's a secondary market. Private credit doesn't really have a secondary market. So, what we're always trying to make sure we're understanding is the relative value between public and private. And so my conversation, let's say XYZ sponsor wants to buy a business, right? And let's say it's a public company. The first call I'll do is from the sponsor and say, hey, ladies, we'd like you guys to look at the financing opportunity for public and your product. I'm like, great. I say, look, I'll put my compliance on and we'll do a conflict check on that because we don't know if we have a stock, if there's this and that outstanding. So it goes through a process where that company is actually vetted from a conflict perspective. Once it's vetted and that clears the process, then we get initial information. That information could be a selling memoranda, it could be an initial model. And so then we start the process, and what the sponsor wants to be able to do is from the preliminary information, is get a sense that you want to asset in, you want to finance it, where do you want to finance it at, and what's your level and your price. So there's some high-level indications that they get from us to determine if we should move forward with a more robust business process. So that's how it starts. And then that's when we do a diligence process. So we may call third-party consultants, we might call the sponsor to understand their investment thesis, like why are they making an investment? And then we talk internally, we have an investment meeting and discuss it. And then we iterate the sponsor on diligence questions. And then at that point, the next out. So then once the sponsor kind of has a sense for who's in and who's out, now there are goals to get the right term. And so there's a process around sending us their thoughts on the term, right? And our job is to figure out which of those we want to negotiate in the third party.
First of all, just interesting stuff. I want to talk more about, what it takes to be the first call. Because that's important. I'm curious, treating our competitors, that's one of us gets the first call out. Before we get into that question,
And it occurs to me that, because the Oak Tree there are multiple strategies within it, where guys are different people on different committees and different funds, etc. Is there ever tension that arises between your recognition of the need to make that first call versus what people on investment committees see as a fair price, right? Because the investor is always trying to get every penny right, and at some point I'm going to stop on those. Talk to us about reconciling. And I also recognize that just to sort of add on or to the question, the investor is a small shop at one strategy. Right. But you're looking at this holistically. Correct. Whereas the investor who's running a specific fund, they're cares about the returns, doesn't care so much about the returns of the other fund, or just in general. Talk to us about reconciling some of this. Right. So the thing is something like I said earlier, we don't necessarily agree on price, structure, leverage, right? But what we're doing is I'm talking to that sponsor or that client or that company all the time. Hey, I have a family. I know where their kids go to school. I'm making sense with their kids. Hey, no way. That's part of my big. I want to go to Ocean Prime. I know you know the manager. So we are full service. And again, like I said, the relationship is getting the first call. Last one, by the way, out of 20 deals, I only care about the last two. So how do I pass 15 times? Up to the last two. So it really is a form of art, if you will. And what we're trying to do is demystify the negotiation, and we're institutionalizing relationships. So if XYZ sponsors in LA, they'll call and say, hey, no, that's helpful. I can let me give you an example. Because the more that private equity fund or that sponsor or whatever plan feels like they understand our firm, the better the relationship. So we spend time making sure that they know who our CEO is, or Bob or Larry, that they know the team, that the different strategies. So it's not a scary posture. When I joined and there's an remember, people are more opportunistic, and as the market has evolved and as we have evolved as a firm, we're sort of private credit and opportunistic. By the way, the client would say, no, really about one side of the house. Right. So we have to sort of mirror almost, right? And so I have to go to the market as one firm.
Talk to us a little bit more about what negotiations are actually like. Because I will say we just had to deep in-depth on. We just wrote a great book about the Caesar Palace LBO. Yeah, you're in that. Not you specifically, but Oak Tree certainly is. And there's certainly there's some very dramatic negotiations that take place.
Sometimes you get out, throw the company and walk out of work. As the art of negotiation is, what I say is my team, it's not the negotiating point we're discussing at the moment, it's the points that are coming 2 points later, right? You're always thinking ahead on the negotiation. We did a deal for a business that wasn't really loved in the leverage finance. And I knew that type of business because I had done an LBO and the market really didn't understand. It was a great man. Sometimes deals do well because the management is very good at taking it. And I knew this deal would struggle at a bank. And so when it was hung, which means the bank had to fund it, they got stuck with it. I called them and I said, hey, sorry, but I'll buy $50 million at 90. Okay, right? Oh gosh, for 90, wow, that's a deep discount, I said, well, I think as you now realize that business is not, it's a little tricky business, and it was a public to a private. So a private equity firm was taking a public company and making it private. And even though it was a declining large business, there was a view that the public company expenses were high. You can map a scenario where over 12 months, they were going to cut some of the public company costs to create a more efficient, which is more EBITDA. Yeah. Right? So they sold it to us. So now I'm a top 5, right? With the right to sponsor that relationship, right? Well, sponsors, which, they're meant to be optimistic too, cap structure, EBITDA grew, cap structure was good, so they wanted to do a good. Now, again, in the negotiation, if you're doing a good one, then you can say you're down on cap structure, right? And so, the job of the sponsor at that point is to call the top 5 lenders and say, hey, I'm doing a dividend deal, and they take me from 500 website to mine. That's the job. Yeah. So this sponsor did not call us on that dividend deal. And so now I'm in a unique situation. They went to other lenders and got the 51% to do the deal. And I felt some kind of way about that.
Some kind of way.
Some kind of way. And so I proceeded to try to figure out why folks would do this dividend. And so I called the market, and the sponsor sort of said, called me and said, you know what, I hear you're working against me on my dividend. I said, well, that's not actually true because you didn't call me when you lost it. So he said, I thought you had a good release. I said, dude, I listened to you didn't call me, right? And so, long story short, the dividend didn't go through. And so then we changed the structure of it to allow we shrunk the size of the dividend, changed the original issue. And I told the sponsor, I said, look, unfortunately, I'm going to sell the position in this close. Life's too short. And not all relationships are meant to go on forever. We still talk. I'm still a good friend. I'm still a good friend. But we haven't done a lot together since then because sometimes we don't see eye to eye. And that didn't work out. We're having to study. Sometimes you're managing relationships but sometimes you're managing relationships to not be in a business cycle. You will always want to be friendly in this market because you're usually one person away from somebody that matters.
Yeah. More to come from our conversation on how private credit deals actually come together. I guess the Millwood Hub, managing director, instead of sourcing from origination, both trades on the other
And I'm Tracy Alloway, and this is All About Home Brick Radio.
To hear all of our episodes in full, be sure to subscribe to the podcast on your favorite platform.
This is New York's only 24-hour source for world markets and breaking business news. Bloomberg 730. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at CBS News.
CBS News brief. A magnitude 7 earthquake hits offshore near the Eureka, California area, and it was felt as far south as the San Francisco area, where this one.
It was pretty obviously an earthquake. My living room floor shook and my front windows shook, so I knew it was an earthquake. It was a fast one, though.
The quake triggered a tsunami warning, which was later canceled. This earthquake ended in the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, spread beyond New York City. CBS Atlantic Pressure.
We know that investigators have been upping perimeters, looking for the place of purchase, so that's new details that CBS News can report.
More work is needed on electrical and life support systems for a crewed lunar landing mission. So, according to NASA Administrator Bill Nelson,
Assuming the SpaceX lander is ready, we plan to launch Artemis 3 in July 2027.
CBS News brief, I'm Jennifer Hunter.
I'm Charlie Powell from the Bloomberg Newsroom. And Nation Equities tracking the drop in U.S. shares ahead of jobs data tomorrow morning that may help shape the direction of the Fed's policy path later this month. The U.S. stocks retreating from records down day today for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, and the Russell 2000. Right now, checking Asian shares. We've got the Kospi in South Korea in Seoul up by 0.3%, beating the Nikkei 195 in Tokyo, going up by 0.5%. And in Sweden, the S&P ASX 200 index trading lower by 0.3%. Sitting in the same 344 new managing directors for most of the big 6 years of Wall Street Bank. Simply says that they include employees from 29 countries, more than a quarter of them are Bitcoin down 1.9% right now with a $97,000 handle. It was just off this time last night that we told you Bitcoin was breaking through 100,000. So Bitcoin lower now at 97,200. And now the S&P and NASDAQ all lower. What to avoid in this market? That question today for Eric Clark, portfolio manager at Rational Dynamic Brands Fund, which focuses on consumer stocks.
I would say Bitcoin. I would say lower quality stocks, smaller cap stocks without profits. Those things have lagged for the last year, and so they're playing a little bit of catch up, and some of the big top high quality names are slowing down a little bit, which is fine. They were, doing all the heavy lifting for most of the year.
Eric Clark of Rational Dynamic Brands Fund interviewed on Bloomberg Business Week.
Chevron says it plans to slow production growth in the biggest American oil field next year. In the most definitive sign yet, the President-elect Donald Trump is facing an uphill battle to ramp up American energy output. West Texas intermediate crude now at 68.40 per barrel, up 0.2%. Brent, the total benchmark, down 0.3%. Again, the S&P down 0.2%. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is on Bloomberg Business Flash. Breaking news first. French President Emmanuel Macron is searching for a new prime minister. French government falls after the companies to the parliament. Emmanuel Macron says it's very possible to resign. The prime minister in the coming days. Advisors that's informed about the economy, about the market, about new opportunities. And now, with our new guide to ETFs, we're keeping you best informed about how to invest in today's fastest growing investment vehicle. Download our comprehensive new guide to ETFs at jpmorgan.com/ETF insights, so you can be the best informed financial partner for your clients. Roberts 2024 Fund Brand 50 Survey asks 1,200 plus fund selectors globally to rank top suppliers for keeping best informed. Copyright 2024 JP Morgan Chase & Company, all rights reserved.
This is your favorite show on Bloomberg Radio. Now you can watch every Bloomberg podcast on YouTube. Visit the Bloomberg podcast page on YouTube to join us today. Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by Lenovo.com. Looking for Lenovo gaming computer this holiday? Go straight to the source, Lenovo.com, and get the best prices on the Lenovo like the Legion Pro 5 gaming laptop at Lenovo.com.
According to clear breezy and cold in the city for tight low temperatures by daybreak Friday, 25 to 30, bit cold in the suburbs. Sunny clouds, brisk winds on Friday, high temperature only in the 35 to 40. The fairly cold on night, down in the 20s. Saturday, the start of the weekend, so the party sunny clouds, and again temperatures on the cool, 35 to 40. This is Jerry Duffy, the weekend weather forecast on Bloomberg. I'm looking for you.
The Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast from Senator Partners and formerly Council on Foreign Relations, Richard Hobbs.
But the South Korean relationship between President Donald Trump was one of the worst relations between an American ally and the United States. The president really pushed hard about why wasn't South Korea doing more taping, but troops there, concerns about the trade imbalance, so much that they final end threat to pull the U.S. forces out of South Korea. If he were to once again ratchet up the pressure, I think the most likely reaction would be that South Korea would think very seriously indeed about developing nuclear weapons of its own. If it came to lose faith in the United States, and that's the sort of thing that, among other things, could cause a real crisis with China. So there's a lot of potential dynamics here.
Would you have concerns to the average American being the average observer in the West being about South Korea, this martial law? The news over the last couple of days really caught everybody by surprise. How concerned should we be about the stability of that part of the world?
It did catch everybody by surprise, including everybody in South Korea. The good news is it went nowhere. You had the declaration of martial law, the National Assembly immediately repudiated, public opinion repudiated it. The president backed out very quickly. So to me, the larger story is good one. The resilience of South Korean democracy and institutions for 40 plus years. South Korea joined the ranks of the democracy, so I don't think we should be concerned.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app at Bloomberg.com. This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. Some worries today on Wall Street.
Friday's November jobs report. That's after first-time job claims for Thanksgiving. We came in a little higher than forecast, more than 24,000. And planned corporate layoffs last month shot up by nearly 27% from last November. Well, that helped send stocks down from Wednesday's record closing highs for all the major averages. Today, the Dow fell 248 points, 0.5% lower. The Nasdaq lost 35, the S&P was down 11. After the close, an earnings beat from upscale yoga and activewear retailer Lululemon had also raised its full-year outlook. Bitcoin's value finally topped $100,000, fueled by President-elect Trump, taking all actions for crypto-boosting former head of the Securities and Exchange Commission to once again run that agency. The Taylor Swift Harry Store book, the biggest book of the year, sold 814,000 copies in its first week. And that was only from Target. It wasn't on Amazon or in bookstores. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
On today's show, we're talking about how private credit deals come together and competition between new types of lenders and old school lenders. We're speaking with Noah Cox, the managing director and head of sourcing and origination over at Oak Street.
We have listeners who are in college, they are looking about, career trajectories, etc. I'm curious from your perspective, you probably sort of have seen the people who work for you, cultivate, internalize, seriously. How do you recognize who has that? And when you think about people that you want on your team, are you able to sort of build intuitions about the people who can think that way?
Yeah, so good question. So I would say on my team, everyone is different. Everyone is exceptional at something. I'm very good at everything. But I think when you make a mistake and go to professional and too much, you try to find someone who can be exceptional. I'll tell you a good story. So when I first starting out, I was live out in Texas, and I was with the folks in Texas. And I thought I was a pretty charming, knowledgeable person in the market. And then everyone in Texas is friendly. But what I figured out then is by the time you get into New York, everyone in Texas had already passed. So almost like wrongly risk. And so
Explain that.
Yeah, why
so,
does that happen?
well, because you're in Texas, right? It's a different culture, different
Sure.
New York. And in some markets, folks want to do business with folks that they see on the weekend, see the gym, and so it's more of that person sits in New York, they don't really know me, right?
Yeah.
So, but if people in Texas didn't really like the deal, then you call the people in New York.
Oh.
So I decided that I needed to put someone in Texas. So how do you hire people? Right? So this is for your young audience. So I went to a conference, and he was kind of managing a room buildings. So I gave him my business card. I said, hey, we love to spend some time. So I called him, and we set up 2 days of meetings. What he didn't realize, I was actually interviewing him for 2 days. Because everyone said they have great business. Yeah, right? Everyone says, oh, yeah, I've got the best relationship, But how do you actually test that? So I spent 2 days with this person. And look, high school football matters. I didn't play high school football, I played high school baseball. This person plays high school football. And so you put someone in that territory that understands the local culture. And what we're trying to do is have a hub and spoke origination model where we have a global firm, but we try to talk on a more regional or local level. And that's what I think makes our sourcing origination a little bit different. And again, people matter in this business. And again, the goal is get the first call and the last call. That person may spend a lot of time going to events, spending time with the family. And ultimately what you want folks to do is to show you great success and show the trust in business.
One thing I wanted to ask you, just going back to something you said about the management of a particular company being good. In credit, we've spoken about this on the podcast before, but we tend to think about it as avoiding losers, right? Whereas equities are more about finding the winners.
I would love to say that.
So I guess my question is, when you're looking at a particular deal, do you feel that you're making a bet on that business, or is it just about looking at the numbers and making sure that, you're not going to lose that?
Unlikely to do it.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, what we're trying to do in the diligence process is figure out where there may be holes in that investment. We did one deal with a counterparty that we required them to choose a CFO. Just because the question is, so like if I ask you, how many days does it take you to pay your books? What percentage are manual versus automated? What do your management letters say in the audience? Those types of questions that you have to think about when you say, I'll come back to you. As a CFO, that would be determined. So, our job is to set our best. That's our job. And what we're trying to do is make sure we understand the investment. And no one backs it out. If you look at the top 10 players when they do in baseball, they strike out as much. So, our job is to avoid the losers, like you said, and we have to manage that through a process.
Can you answer a little more? I thought that was really interesting about some of the questions. Why do you make it simple? Just quickly answer how long it takes to really, that would be, yeah. I'm always surprised also to generate a bit of a tangent that even, in 2024 with like all the computer systems that like still happen that are still ways, or companies that have material weakness and whatever. I'm always a little surprised that what still happens. I feel like this world of things been wrong with this company. Let's get into it.
Buy a business as a platform, and then you then buy successive businesses. More than likely, they didn't have all the same financial.
Oh, yeah.
And the integration process, depending on how quickly you want to grow, drives how long you actually integrate. So what happens sometimes is you don't fully integrate these businesses and systems. If you go back to failures of businesses in our market, SAP integration is a big sort of point of contention. And so businesses, you focus on risk that you see time and time. So fraud, there was a water business that was, that was fraudulent, that, some banks lost a lot of money. If you go back to Collins and a long time ago, it was fraud. So if you're doing the diligence process, you are looking for sort of what I call kind of reconfiguring information to get back. The management level is always doing that. There's a good document that sort of highlights the risk of accounting systems, financial systems. And that's a pretty, systems tends to be a big driver of sort of integration issues.
This isn't necessarily fraud, but it just reminded me of add-backs for deals and adjusted earnings and things that can be inflated to make a transaction look a lot better than it actually is. The last time I remember writing about this was, I guess, 5 or 6 years ago, and the feeling back then was that there was more sketchy stuff happening on the valuation side of credit deals. Is that still the case, or has that been your observation over the years?
Well, so the add-back is an assumption, and it's an ask to credit for something that may happen in the future, right? Or it's saying something's happened previously that hasn't fully been flowing in the financial statements, and we want to get credit, or we don't want it to affect our earnings. Every deal has adjustment. Okay, so you start with the premise that adjusted EBITDA will exist. And part of our job is to trust our partners that we're adjusting the market. What happens is, if you watch the financial statements over time, sometimes adjustments don't go away. Like, so the end we're kind of common there. We do a deal for sponsors, and we look into it year in, and the sponsor is going through each line item of what they wanted to add back. I said, obviously, we do this for 3 years, right? Spending money, and I said, you can have that argument. Call it one of these. So at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is understand the rationale for the add back. In a market like today, the problem is the rationale isn't fully explained all the time. And the amount of time you want to add it back is kind of almost infinite. So you start to say, okay, and the sponsor's perspective would be, I'm paying for that, right? Because I'm paying off that against the guys who should be everything. The counter would be, I'm not listening. right? I'm past that clock. But if you go back to page 7, a lot of the aspects from some of the large ideas never truly came to fruition. So, say tax structures that were like, you're adding that $100 million. That's $100 million in the debt. But if the $100 million never comes through, at some level you could be overleveraged. So that's why you have to look at add backs. And in the one notion, folks say documents are used. Well, how would I use? It's about asset selection, right? A document is not going to help you look at assets. At the same time, the document, if you're doing well, and I'm not letting you lend more, what do you think I'm going to do if you're doing well? I'm probably going to figure out a way to fix the document to still allow you to lend more. So I think part of our, business is I want to have that. But, the market is mostly transaction. And even when you think about structure of the economy, a lot of times the actual structure includes business. All right. Is a going concern.
So you need the document to save you.
Right. You've already got a problem.
Well, it seems we're actually talking about documents, and we have done a recent episode about so-called creditor on creditor violence and how that works, et cetera. One thing that came up with that, and I'm also curious about, is legal expenses and detail, every comma and all that being in these documents. I'm just curious, over the course of your career, how much have you seen, perhaps to the point that changes your expected return on investment, legal costs, and just sort of rising lawyer fees, et cetera, documents, regardless of how many comments they have, and have you seen an evolution over time since you've just been in the business of how much of deal resources end up going to the legal side?
Yeah, how much do the lawyers bill you every year?
What have you seen? So while I said I'm going to now count on myself.
Okay.
While I said the document won't save you, it's very important to have a document that sort of expressly documents what it is the intentions of transaction. And it's very good to have governance. Right? So if you just think about public versus private market, in a public market situation, you're going to see the ability to review if the deal is doing very, very well, obviously there isn't a lot of opportunity for you to push back on the document, right? So you kind of take the document as is in the public market. And the issue with that, there's a lot of, you said credit card balance, but there are a lot of opportunities for you to take assets out of a restricted group, create new assets, new code, and lend against that and take value away from existing. I think one thing that private credit is very good at is focus on that part of the document. We've been very firm in making sure that the ability to take assets out and create new assets or new financing, new capital, we limit that part of the private credit. But I will tell you, what is what argumentation is so, in a lot of that deal cost is kind of, but you need them. I could see the
On the hour, sponsored by Steel.
Jennifer Hyper damage inspection is underway following a powerful magnitude 7 earthquake that struck northern California today. KCBS's Matt Bigler.
Across northern California, cell phones blew up with tsunami warnings, advising people to get away from the water and head to higher ground. Some schools near the San Francisco Bay were evacuated. I called the school, and I called my wife, and she was like, "Take them up." Nancy got his third grader out of school in Alameda, where seas were rushed to the second floor as a precaution. The tsunami warning was downgraded after about an official stressed it was not a false alarm. The 7.0 earthquake spawned multiple strong aftershocks that could be felt hundreds of miles away. Matt Bickler for CBS News, Alameda, California.
Police in New York have found shell casings and say the gun used to kill United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was an EMT station gun with a silencer. CBS's Meg Oliver has spoken to former NYPD Deputy Commissioner Richard O'Neill.
CBS News has confirmed the words delayed, denied, and possibly deposed were written using a Sharpie on subagents recovered from the scene.
Those are the words that sum up what people are concerned about in these symptoms. Delays, denial, defending themselves, pushing off complaints, so it certainly points to a motive.
Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy have met with legislators on Capitol Hill about plans for President Donald Trump's new Department of Government Efficiency. The group is expected to reduce the size of the federal government. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise
A lot of work that's been going on here is like to identify very specific items of waste. And so rather than reinventing the wheel, we wanted to share those with Vivek and Elon.
Feds are closing a notorious women's prison in California.
The U.S. Bureau of Prisons will make permanent the temporary shutdown of the nation's federal correctional institution in Dublin, California, with a reputation for violence, death, and staff-on-inmate abuse. The Bureau will also deactivate deteriorating minimum security prison camps in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Colorado, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Florida, transferring staff and inmates elsewhere. The agency cites inadequate staffing and high costs to repair aging infrastructure for the closures and consolidation. Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
Syrian rebels who took over Aleppo now say they have control of the city of Hama. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres tells reporters
Emphasize urgent need for immediate humanitarian access to all civilians in need, and the return to less the process to end the bloodshed.
this is CBS News.
Steel holiday savings are here. Find the perfect gift at your local steel dealer or shop the Steel Holiday Gift Card at SteelUSA.com. That's SteelUSA.com. Wesley is a truck driver. I got a truck and what was it? A truck driver with IRS trouble. Takes only than 40,000. That's real cash.
They were up in Lee, Georgia, coming out to my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. So I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Transport at 2 a.m.
I figured I'd get a machine, but I forgot to talk to the actual person in the middle of the night. People that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I paid an incredible amount of money. I had to go in and come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. You don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free call 800-343-6450. 800-343-6450. 800-343-6450. Subscription to Optima for details. Please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Above and over the tiny number of people. The annual DFBT survey has measured the highest honeybee colony losses since the 2010-2011 beekeeping season, when colony loss rates were first determined.
Auburn University Professor Jeff Williams is one of the authors of the report.
Beekeepers across the country lost on average about, or estimated 55% of their colonies, which is about 15% higher than sort of the average that they've experienced over the 15 plus years that we've been doing this survey.
The survey doesn't investigate the cause of colony losses, but Williams says mites could explain the decline. He says a drop in the honeybee population can have widespread effects.
Honeybees are super important for pollination of many specialty crops, ranging from almonds to blueberries.
Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Brenda Lee's Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree has been named the official holiday song for the state of Tennessee. Governor Bill Lee presented Brenda Lee with a proclamation at the state capitol in Nashville this week. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
And I'm Charlie Miller from the Bloomberg Newsroom. This podcast Spotlight Hour brought to you by IBKR Financial Advisors. Switch to interactive brokers for lowest cost global trading and turnkey custody solutions. No ticket charges and no conflicts of your interest at IBKR.com/RIA. Developing story bizarre as President-elect Donald Trump says David O. Sachs will leave the White House. AI and crypto czar. This according to a Truth Social post. In that post, Trump said that Sachs will work on a legal framework so the crypto industry industry has the clarity it has been asking for and can thrive in the United States. The announcement comes a day after Bitcoin broke through $100,000 on optimism about the nomination of Paul Atkins to the head of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Catherine Dowling is Chief Compliance Officer and General Counsel at Bitwise Asset Management.
Leading up to this announcement, really all the names that were floated were positive. So we had that. We knew it was going to be better. So there was really no wrong answer. But in this choice, it's a great choice, quite simply. You have somebody who could hit the ground running. He has been a commissioner before. He knows how the system works. And one really important factor that we're hearing about Blackens is he gets along with people. You can't underestimate how important that is. He needs to be able to work with the industry. He needs to be able to work with lawmakers.
Catherine Dowling, Chief Compliance Officer and General Counsel at Bitwise Asset Management. And again, the announcement, President-elect Donald Trump says David owes Sack to the White House AI and crypto czar is according to a Social Post. Bitcoin right now is sitting at 97,432. Right now, the big 5 down 0.7%. The S&P ASX 200 is sitting down 0.4%. Dow lower today by 0.5%. S&P down 0.2. Nasdaq down by 0.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Going to be clear, breezy and cold in the city full time. Low temperatures by daybreak Friday, 25 to 30. A bit cold in the suburbs. Sunny clouds, brisk winds on Friday. High temperature only up between 35 and 40. We're feeling cold on night, back in the 20s. And for Saturday, to start off the weekend, we'll do so with partly sunny skies. And again, temperatures rather cool, 35 to 40. This is Gary Best with your weekend weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Matt Miller, along with Hannah Elliott, and this is Hot Pursuit on Bloomberg Radio. Okay, today we have a pretty fun and interesting show. I have here with me in our New York studio, Ali Javedan, who runs Range Energy. It's a business that powers trailers of the tractor-trailer duo we all know so well. And we'll talk to him about that for a second. But I just had him on my TV show. And it was really cool because, Katie Greifeld and Shonali Bassett co-anchor my show with me. And it's all about markets. So we mostly talk about, finance. But they were both enthralled with the tractor-trailer story. And then I found out that they also have luxury dreams of becoming a truck driver one day. Awesome. I think a lot of people have that. Hannah, do you ever?
No, that's my nightmare, but I do think a lot of people have like a secret fantasy about that lifestyle. I'm sure.
I mean,
It seems like tremendous to me.
to me, it seems great because I spend so much time driving anyway. I listen to radio a lot. So, Alec, I want to first, before we get into cars, obviously it's a cars podcast. Hannah and I talk about cars all the time, and it's not a business-related thing. It's just like what we love, the passion for the hobby, really. But I think your business story is just so fascinating that people would like to hear about what you come up with. And then we'll get into your history with Tesla and everything. But yeah, tell us about the Range Energy trailers and all of the things that they can do beyond just extending the range of a diesel tractor or even an EV tractor.
Yeah, so the range story basically actually started way back in around 2008, 2009, when I was at Tesla, and we were just kind of talking about all of these different things that how we met about just all the different things that we could do for electrification, over the crisis of the government, one of the ideas, and this kind of
thought of an electrified trailer to extend the range of one of our EVs. We just kind of bounced around, and then a couple of people even looked at it, and it just kind of died off. And as I started to kind of progress through my career, I came to the point where I said, I went from Tesla to Google, and from Google to Zeus, then got acquired by Amazon. After the acquisition of Amazon, I started thinking, well, what else can I work on that will actually have a more near-term impact on our environment than what we're hoping to have with level 5 or level 4.5 autonomy. And the transportation industry kind of came up. And I started to look around and see what the technology industry looked like, what the effectiveness could be. And I noticed that one thing that's being left behind was the box, the trailer itself. And I've been driving trucks and trailers literally since I was 18 years old. And through my career and racing and other states, one thing that's always been has been the trailer. And all of these early days, I was the only one that knew how to drive a truck and trailer, so I was always driving these things around. So I know about overheating brakes, and I know about going up a hill when you're fully loaded. I know all of these kind of things that the drivers have. And so that was kind of this like aha moment for me was, well, nobody's developing a trailer. Well, now at the point with things like our understanding of functional safety and other elements that are enabling the autonomy world to put robots out on the road, well, essentially what we're building is a robot and the safety driver is the tractor. And we don't care if that tractor has a human driver in it or a robot driver. We just care to follow that tractor and make the trailer feel completely weightless. And so that's kind of that idea that sparked in 2021. And we spent the first year going through the technology to say, is this real? We built a couple of small-scale trailers to tow behind things like Rivians and F-150s. And it really worked. And so over the last couple of years, we focused on the Class 8 industry because we know the commercial space is really where this can have the biggest impact on a road, not only for efficiency and the environment, but also for safety as well. So we're adding a secondary braking system here with these trailers. Because the idea here is to help in every single way possible. And I think it's so cool. Because when you're going up a hill, now you have essentially all-wheel drive for an 18-wheeler. That's right. And you've also managed to torque fill at a time when the torque is so important to the driver, right? When you're doing only 20 miles an hour and you're up the grade and you're not shifting, it's a little scary. It's totally scary. I mean, if you're on a 6 and 8% grade and there are plenty of those passes out there, the brake line is a significant brake, and you're fully loaded going up the brake line in Southern California on I-5, you're lucky to get above 45 miles an hour, brand new big block tractor. And you're put to the floor, and you're hoping you're not burning up the motor or whatever. And what we did that same route with our trailer off, and we did it with it on. And with the trailer on, we were able to maintain 60% throttle and climb that mountain at 55 miles an hour. And then when we got to the back side of that mountain, we actually used the axle and reach to hold the system at bay at 55 miles an hour. Did not use the friction brakes at all. We didn't have to think about runaway truck ramps, and the driver went all the way down the hill with their full braking capacity in case somebody cuts them off.
Can you just enlighten me a little bit about what exactly Range Energy provides? You're selling electrical batteries that attach to little trucks?
No,
What's the actual purpose?
What about the tractor and the trailer is rolling on the highway? The tractor is the part that the driver sits in, the truck, the cab, many different names for it. The trailer is the box, and what we're doing is we're 100% focused on the box itself. We have a e-axle replacing one of the passive axles in that trailer, and then we clip a battery pack underneath the box. And then we have an intelligent drive system that picks up synaptic forces in real time between the tractor and the trailer. And then it makes real-time decisions on how much force to provide, either in propulsion or in regen, to make the trailer feel weightless for the tractor.
Okay.
We do this without any CAN connection. We don't have any data connection between the two. We use all legacy connections. That allows us to hook this up to an old Peterbilt long hood or a brand new Tesla semi, and we're getting efficiency numbers like no
per gallon up to 15 plus miles per gallon on an old diesel or a new diesel. And we're almost doubling the range on the Tesla semis and the electric semis that are coming out. And really helping with the tractors that are already out there as well.
So how do you guys sell? I mean, do you approach individual private drivers? Do you approach fleets? What's the business side of that?
We approach the fleets, and we talk to the fleets, and we small and large fleets, which could be the Walmart and Amazon of the world, or it could be like our current customer, Pelham Farm, which is a local Northern California egg farm. And we provide trailers for them. Our system can be installed on a Great Dane trailer, a Wabash trailer, any of the brands. And what we're doing is essentially creating a smart electric trailer out of whatever form factor you are to use. And one of our biggest form factors is the refrigerated trailer. Because we are the only solution that can continuously sustain the refrigeration while providing drive. And we are currently the only path in the world that's trying to with this contract. And we're currently the only path that gets them to pure electrification with the refrigeration units. And don't forget, the refrigeration units is kind of like this thing that gets scabbed to the front of a trailer if you look close. It's only about a third the refrigeration. The bottom 2/3 is a diesel engine burning about 2 gallons an hour, just sitting there keeping the box cold. And so, and it's making noise, so you can't even do food deliveries at night in cities because of the noise. So we kind of fix a lot of those problems with the power platform that we built into the trailer.
This is why I think it's such a cool company, because when I heard about it first, when Ali was testing the Ioniq 5N with a bunch of moto journalists, I just thought, okay, it's a range extender, and range is in the name of the company. But actually, it provides extra traction, torque fill when you're changing gears, plus you can power whatever the trailer is doing. For example, the refrigerated trailer, instead of burning diesel, you can do. So I thought that was very cool. By the way, you started out at Tesla, which I learned about you back then as well, and I know you wanted to develop a number of the early models from the Roadster to the Model S. But how did you meet Hannah?
All right, so the story goes. So Hannah and I I know Magnus. I'm not friends with him, but we kind of run in the same circles, and we kind of met each other a few times. And you and I have met in passing at Pebble Beach and things like that. But when we first met was actually at Classic Car Club here in Manhattan. When we came to see the Model S for the first time, I was the handler for Elon. I was the engineer. And I was sitting in the back seat while we were Elon and the video, the camera guy.
Wow.
So that was the first time.
What year was that? Was that like 2008?
2010 timeframe.
You know what? That is wild, and I remember that. I remember that because that day Elon was talking about cars being computers, and it was the first time I had ever heard that idea. And it was just kind of weird. It was like it was a new thing. He was trying to explain how it's going to be seamless from your phone to your car to maybe your house and having cars a type. It was just so radical at the time.
It was crazy, because one of the cool things about that is that most people don't know, Elon knew, I knew, that night actually, so all of the infotainment in that first car was run on Mac Minis. And so then you imagine the connectivity from your Mac Mini to things like your iPhone or your phone and your laptop and all of that stuff, and that's where that thinking started to come, where this should be a completely seamless experience. So don't forget, whatever we say about Elon, and especially in the context with Franz and other designers that he works with, the obsession is the experience. It's not about some specific piece of technology. And so that exposure was that, you know what, we can actually really see a connection here if we start using the right platforms for some of these things. And that's thinking kind of moving from there.
You're listening to Hot Pursuit on Bloomberg Radio. It's the show and podcast covering all things cars. I'm Matt Miller, along with Ken Ellie.
your family is your legacy. Planning for a longer than to make sure you're all safe. Visit ready.gov/plan today for the solutions you need to protect that legacy. That's ready.gov/plan. A message brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. Get informed no matter where you are or what you're doing. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now and get news when you want it on your schedule. Big tech dominating our headlines.
Another win for Donald Trump. Key inflation report.
These are short audio reports, 5 minutes or less, that bring you the latest headlines with context 24 hours a day. Stay on top of the latest news from around the world. Get it on your smartphone. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else you listen.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. OpenAI introducing a $200 a month subscription for its chatbot, ChatGPT, which includes unlimited access to its most powerful AI models and an improved version of its software that it says can perform human-like reasoning. Some jitters on Wall Street today about just how strong Friday's November jobs report might be. Remember, only 12,000 jobs were added in October. The data will help the Fed determine whether to lower interest rates again when it meets in less than 2 weeks. And with that, the Dow today ending 248 points lower, 0.5% lower. The Nasdaq down 35, the S&P lost 11. Among the big gainers, shares of American Airlines soaring 17% higher. It raised its profit outlook for the current quarter on a surge in holiday travel. And Uber Eats announcing some festive new holiday services like delivering of Christmas trees and Uber carolers, only through this Saturday in Los Angeles, New York, Dallas, Miami, and Washington. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
In a rapidly evolving payments landscape, how is BNY helping corporate treasurers adapt to new challenges? Kelly Wynn, BNY's head of Treasury Advisory, explains.
To stay competitive, today's corporate treasurer must use new technologies to facilitate accurate, real-time decision-making. As they do this, there is a need for their roles to evolve from operational enablers to strategic technologists. BNY is working closely with treasurers to help navigate this transition. Through industry collaborations, investments in technology, and strategic advisory, we are assisting treasury teams in optimizing their working capital and are finding new ways to release trapped liquidity. The key? Leveraging real-time data and co-developing comprehensive dashboards. Through this consultative approach, we are helping clients achieve their ambitions.
To learn more about how BNY is supporting the corporate treasury evolution in the face of new challenges, visit bny.com/treasury transformation.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
A cold touch of weather is coming in for us. Forecast to attack clear skies and breezy. Low temperatures by morning. Midtown about 25 to 30. Of course, colder elsewhere. Coming up on Friday, mixture of cloud, sunshine, and breezy. Wednesday, temperature only making it up to 35 to 40. Tonight, we're back in the 20s with partly cloudy skies. And Saturday, partly sunny, 35 to 40. And we'll have sunshine 40s on Sunday. This is Gary Best with the weekend weather on Bloomberg 1130.
For the Jewish Communal Fund, Barbara Novak, investment professional and philanthropist.
I think JCF has one of the best funds out there. It's very reasonable in its pricing. It's very flexible in its investments. And it guarantees most of service.
Upfront to the open with a $5,000 contribution of cash for appreciated securities and can be used as an alternative to a private foundation at any time and suggest which charities you would like to support and what amounts. Choose from the menu of high-rated investment options, and your charitable fund can earn tax-free income.
It's a very client-centric organization. They're very user-friendly website.
Jewish Communal Fund helps you respond quickly when disaster strikes. Open the JCF fund before December 31st to lock in your tax deduction. Call JCF at 212-752-8277. That's 212-752-8277. Or visit us at jcfny.org. Tomorrow, we focus on November jobs.
Still a solid economy. The unemployment rate, 4.1%.
The Fed's December average hourly earnings were pretty much solid. How does it change the investor analysis of November jobs report on Bloomberg China? Tomorrow morning at 8:30. Listen on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg 1130. Podcast changes every day.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Matt Miller, along with Hannah Elliott, and this is Hot Pursuit on Bloomberg Radio. On this episode of Hot Pursuit, we speak with former Tesla engineer and current CEO of Range Energy, Ali Javidan. All right, let's talk about the cars that you like and drive. And you mentioned that you sometimes would drive the truck around because you're towing race cars, and I know that you spent a lot of time on the track beyond the Ioniq 5N. Yeah. How did you get started in that? I mean, was it just the suspension, the technology that got you interested, or what was it?
I was always obsessed with cars. Like, since I was a little kid, my time was first little pilot hot wheels and a dumpster. I was like, yes. I was just so happy to do it. And about stuff like that. And so I just kind of, it was from there that I just never let off the throttle, I guess. Sorry for the pun. In college, I studied civil engineering. I got bored with that. Went into mechanical engineering. And as I joined the mechanical engineering team, I noticed that they had a race car project, and that was Formula SAE. So I immediately dove into that. And I ended up running the SAE program at the school, and just racing just kind of got into my blood. And as I graduated, I went and worked for a suspension company that built a bunch of suspension for BMW and race cars and a bunch of other stuff. And I got into touring car, North American touring car with speed touring and NASA and a bunch of SCCA racing. I did that for a while as a race engineer. All the while, like, thinking I could be a fast driver and all of this, but I really just kind of was yet to discover that my true passion was building cars and then watching a really good driver going and extracting the most out of it. And then I just kept going into racing, and I would move up to different series, and I was running different racing teams for Diamond, for BMW, for a bunch of different teams, and it got to the point where I had to move out of California. It was either go to North Carolina or go to Europe, to England, and be on an F1 team. And I just said, you know what, it's maybe time for a career change. I kind of want to settle down. And I looked for something that wasn't so much traveling, and I took a really basic job. And right after that is when I found Tesla. And I was sitting there boring that job, somebody called me and said, hey, here's a focus engineer to us and the suspension and resistive benefits of projects for volume.
So with all the racing, did you just sort of pick up the skill of being able to drive a tractor trailer just by necessity?
Most of the stuff was all kind of smaller scale, like, it wasn't full Class 8 stuff. But my cousin who I'm closest to, and I kind of grew up on my uncle's farm, and so there was like always towing something around with a tractor, and then it was like, okay, you can do that when you're like 8 or 10. Now when you're like 12 or 14, you can take the pickup truck and take this trailer across the street to the neighbor's house because they need the trailer. And you just drive in. When you're in a rural neighborhood, you kind of like all bets are off. And then it became my cousin and I were the go-to for all of our friends, like, can you help us tow this bus? And by the time I was around 19, my cousin and I had a towing company where we had to tow our own truck, recovering cars for the CHP and for AAA. Yeah, we're 18 or 19 years old, yeah.
So for all of the people who have the fantasy about being a truck driver, what do you want to tell them is like the one thing that's going to be really a surprise, a lot harder than they may expect?
So,
is there something?
Yeah, first I will preface all of this by making sure that everybody understands I'm not claiming to be a big, multi-million mile Class 8 truck driver. I have an incredible amount of empathy for those folks, and they are some of the hardest working folks in the entire country. And you work with a lot of them, and we work with a lot of them. We employ them, and we love them. And everything that we build, like, we actually have a tagline that says our innovation is driven by empathy, and that's empathy for the driver.
Oh.
So we actually start by building a system that gives the driver the most comfortable and safe driving experience possible, and then we look at how we can extract efficiency numbers from that, and that's where we get these drivers flocking to us and saying, oh my gosh, please don't take this trailer away from us. My old Peterbilt feels like a brand new Tesla Semi. I love it.
So I just learned when I was talking to you earlier in the green room about the lack of a torque converter. I had no idea that the transmission was so different in a big rig.
Well, you have a ton of torque that's either coming out of the motor or needs to be reacted on by the weight of the whole system. And
So there's no true automatic Actually, I think Allison is just now releasing a new automatic transmission soon that has a torque converter, but a Class 8 tractor trailer has an automated manual because of the big torque transition. And so what that means is that if you're on a efficient brake, it'll go low. You're about 15 to 18 miles an hour because you can't tolerate the time that it takes to shift, and it's always monitoring torque, and it doesn't want to blow the transmission up, and it doesn't want to burn the clutches out. So it's in this kind of perpetual back between first and second, or second and third gear. What we do is we sense, because we can kinematically and first principles thinking, we can sense the interactive forces. And we categorize that, oh man, this the tractor is trying to shift. So now we do our torque fill algorithm. And so we kind of, as the torque is dropping from the tractor, we fill the torque on the trailer intelligently because we're looking at those forces in real time. And then we make sure that we make that feeling seamless. And now you get a shift that used to take 1 second or 1.2 seconds down to like 0.3 seconds. And now it's also extending the length of the transmission too. So there are all these other knock-on benefits that show up. Go back to the trucks.
I mean, you're right, Matt. Like, it's like surprisingly fascinating.
Yeah.
You're completely right about this. I'm like, wow, okay. I mean, I got more questions about EVs, but
And it's so multifaceted. I wanted to ask about, so what I find so interesting is suspension engineering and the transmission technology, right? And because I think what we all want, and especially a purist like Hannah, is really good mechanical grip, right? And that's what I heard you and Matt talking about a couple of times when you were testing that car, but also in reference to your GT3, to the most successful kind of cars that we like to talk about.
I think maximizing mechanical grip is good. It's kind of the mission of all of these super hyper mega cars. But I think for me, as a pure driving enthusiast, what I would prioritize is actually feeling the level of grip at all times over maximizing the grip. I would rather have, so for example, I have a 1971 BMW 2002 weighs 2,000 pounds, over 280 horsepower. It is the most fun car I've ever driven. And I've driven all the greats, the RS and all of this stuff. I actually went from a 205 that had pretty good 205 section tire that had pretty good grip down to a 185, so that, and my lap times went down a little bit because I can actually now predict when the car is on the circuit. You're in a zero road route. That's how good does a proper bias fly tire that's sized properly to the car feel, and how predictable does that feel? You have the right amount of grip, not too much grip.
that's everything. That's everything. I mean, that can be just what you're saying, like, a car that doesn't have jobs or horsepower, a really fun car to drive because you're working with weight and momentum. And that's what I'm saying.
What's not, and the more grip you have, the more it masks all of the different things that are happening in the car.
It's so funny that we focus on, at least I do, horsepower and torque and, traction control systems, all of this stuff. But when you hear direct work numbers, right? When you hear drivers talking, or I was really pilots talking, it's all about tire. There should be a podcast that's just about tires,
Tire Day. I was just listening yesterday to somebody talk to Alexander Rossi. He's got a podcast mostly about IndyCar. But they talk all the time just about tire degradation. That's like 50% of their conversation.
Right.
And it's true.
But it's also a feel. Like, if you can tell when your front end is about to wash out, and you know when you can be at 100%, exactly.
Like, you can start feeling like, because that's the brilliance of an early 911, is that steering is so correct, and you're sitting on top of that steering axis, and you actually feel the little differences in weight when you're kind of in a rut and you come out of a rut in one little lane. But the most insignificant thing that you would never feel is just such an event in the 911. It's a positive event because you always feel like you have control if you're driving it properly. But it's there. And I think that's one of the challenges of, when you do a resto mod, for example, if you do it balanced and correctly, you can kind of translate that feel up uniformly. But a lot of these folks that kind of hit and miss are the ones that are putting too much grip, too much roll control, too much power in a platform that really needs more elegance.
It was never meant for that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Like if you look at the 911s, like the Singer versus the 911K that Tuttle's building, it's like insane. Like I would take, one Tuttle car over 4 or 5 of the Singer cars, as beautiful and gorgeous as they are. Just
everyone, I've never driven a Tuttle car, but like the seriously serious 911 guys are all about Tuttle. Forget any marketing they don't need to market. Like that is
legit.
Complete. That's it for sure. I mean, I have to ask, you really sort of saddle two worlds between EVs, but then also like we're talking about classic cars and cool Porsches.
That position is so interesting, right?
I mean, yeah, can the two exist happily together, sustainably, forever in the future? And are you optimistic about EVs when all we hear about, and I admit I'm really writing these stories, but that EV sales are going down?
Yeah, I think I'm still very optimistic about EVs. I think EV sales are going down because there's market saturation, plus a little bit of ambiguity of what the next phase of EVs are going to look like. Volkswagen is starting to work for it, and the charging network kind of supports what I'm doing. So I think, for me, the way I balance this is I love all of my environmentalist friends, but I'll never give up my old cars. But they context, right? And my commuter is a Rivian, and I love my truck. And I can never imagine driving another truck now that I have this Rivian. And so I think if we contextualize these tools, then there's plenty of room for, I actually envision an amazing world where we could go drive up in the LA canyons and we have no commuters up there because they're down in the, taking the express lane, they're EV.
Great.
Right?
Great scenario. I love that idea.
For this week's edition of Hot Pursuit, the new show and podcast from Bloomberg. You can subscribe to the podcast on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get the podcast. I'm Matt Miller, and this is Bloomberg.
This is New York's only 24-hour source for world markets and breaking news. The latest market news headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at CBS News.
CBS News Brief. A magnitude 7 earthquake shakes Northern California, prompting a rare tsunami warning, which was lifted about an hour later. California Governor Gavin Newsom.
We're concerned about damage, particularly in the northern part of the state of North Mendocino and Humboldt County as a consequence of that. We signed off on a state of emergency declaration.
New York released photos of a person they say is wanted for questioning connected to the deadly shooting at United Healthcare CPS Browning Hospital. The pictures were taken at New York City Hospital, where Matthew Chalmers
and the iSense fellow told me that his friend was in the same room as the guy who was like, I'm sure that's it.
President-elect Donald Trump's embattled pick-to-be Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said again makes the rounds on Capitol Hill despite growing signs his candidacy is teetering.
I'm a different man than I was years ago. That's a reaction story that I think a lot of Americans appreciate.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kessler.
Donald Trump is selecting Executive Analyst David Sachs of Craft Ventures for services, artificial intelligence, and crypto czar. It's a newly created position that underscores the president-elect's intent to boost two rapidly developing industries. In a post on Truth Social, Trump said this will guide policy for the administration in artificial intelligence and cryptocurrency, two areas critical to the future of American competitiveness. Also, it says that Sachs will lead the Presidential Council of Advisors for Science and Technology. Now, if Sachs, Trump is tapping one of his most prominent Silicon Valley supporters and fundraisers for a prime position in his administration. Asian equities, for the most part, tracking a drop in American shares ahead of jobs data tomorrow morning. The May shifts the direction of the Fed's policy path later this month. Equities in Japan, Australia, both moving lower. Right now, we've got Hong Kong running. The Hang Seng up now by
0.5%. Tokyo, the K225 index down 0.7%. In Sydney, the S&P ASX 200 down 0.5%. And in Seoul, South Korea, the Kospi is lower now by just about 0.5%. Well, the next big economic event for markets comes tomorrow morning when we get the all-important November jobs report. Lisa Schaub is Chief Investment Officer for Wealth Management at Morgan Stanley.
We believe that the jobs numbers do continue to matter, quite a lot. Consensus for tomorrow is looking for something in the neighborhood of 200K as you get the corrective revisions, from last month that were tainted by hurricanes and strike-related shutdowns. But we're going to see.
U.S. stocks were leading from records today. The S&P down 0.2% to down 0.5%, Nasdaq down 0.2. The yen either down 1 cent or down by 0.5%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Alexander from Bloomberg. This is Flash. First, French President Emmanuel Macron is searching for a new prime minister. Macron calls after the confidence of the Parliament. Emmanuel Macron has been railed on to resign.
Markets never sleep, and neither do interactive brokers. React immediately to market-moving news and trade over 10 U.S. stock, ETFs, U.S. equity index, global corporate bonds, European government bonds, and UK notes when it's convenient for you. Capture more market opportunities when market-moving news happens. Open an account with Interactive Brokers at IBKR.com/around-the-clock.
By harnessing the power of quantum scale, we can now see and understand the world down to the level of individual atoms and molecules. I want to find out about the hope that we can see through atoms, all things, I'd like to protect them to be Spectrocom.
Now, your 3D weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Unclear, breezy and cold in the city. Low temperatures by daybreak Friday, 25 to 30. Bit cold in the suburbs. Sun and clouds, brisk winds on Friday. High temperature 35 to 40. Feeling cold on night, 20. Saturday, on the weekend. So, cloudy and skies. Wind temperature down to cool, 35 to 40. This is getting back to the weekend weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Ellen Wald, Senior Fellow at Atlantic Council on OPEC+. Remember, the meeting was actually supposed to happen last week or earlier in the week, so clearly they needed a couple more days to get all the ducks in a row, get everyone to agree. I would imagine that some of the tougher parties to get on might have been the UAE because they've been waiting for this baseline quota increase for a while, and now they're pushing it off again by another 2 months. So, that's what I imagine because it was all virtually. I'm not really into, how it all happened and what's going on, but it does seem like everyone is on board with all the changes.
I know when you talk when we have to have a census supply of the military to come out, what's the demand model looking for a lot of folks out there these days? $16 for the military for the US. The dues is not that great.
Yeah, I think that's probably lower than most OPEC members would want right now. I think Saudi Arabia is really fine with it. I mean, would they all like oil to be higher? Sure, of course they would. But, we're not in crisis territory at all right now. I do think that, when we're looking at demand, it's a very sketchy picture. For a while, OPEC was having forecasts that were showing a lot higher demand, and that was definitely what was fueling a lot of the anticipated return of this production to the market. The OPEC forecast, OPEC's, announcement was showing a lot
in your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. This is Bloomberg Monday, a victory for family members of fallen crash victims. The federal judge rejected both deals with prosecutors over two 737 MAX jet crashes from 5 years ago. They killed a total of 346 people. The judge did issue with language directing prosecutors to consider race when selecting an independent monitor, and urging that monitor to answer to the U.S. government, not the court. Crashes involving Ethiopian air jets and one from Indonesia's Lion Air. This week's rally on Wall Street stalling out today. A lot of jitters about Friday's November jobs report. The Dow ending 248 points lower, that's 0.5%. The Nasdaq lost 35, the S&P was down 11. An earnings beat after the closing fell for Hewlett-Packard Enterprises, thanks to a jump in sales of servers to power artificial intelligence computing. And Google's self-driving taxi company Waymo said it's expanding its ride-hailing service to Miami, but it won't start until 2026. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
You're listening to the Big Take Podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Sarah Holder, and today on the show, we're talking about the premiumization of air travel, how airlines are redesigning their cabins to make room for more premium seats, and what it all means for airline revenue and for your flight experience. In the U.S. and around the world, we're in the midst of the busiest travel time in the year. And if you are one of those millions of holiday travelers, or if you just bought an airplane ticket recently, you might have noticed something new at checkout. There are a lot more ticket options to choose from, and a lot more line items to pay for. For those looking for an upgraded experience, you can get your typical first class or business class seat like always. But now, there's also Premium Economy, Economy Plus, which are different things, which is very confusing. Comfort Plus, yes, Comfort Plus is the way Delta brands their Economy Plus. And usually what comes with the Plus is an extra legroom, maybe a better snack, maybe a free alcoholic beverage. Amanda Mull is a senior reporter at Business Week, covering consumer culture. She says, on top of convincing some customers to pay for slightly better seats, airlines are also filling more of the cheap seats. And these tactics, from creative names for sections of a plane to things that used to be standard now billed as perks, paint a broader picture of how airlines are monetizing the modern flight experience. The airlines have gotten really good at giving you a multitude of ways to talk yourself into spending a little bit more money. This is Big Take from Bloomberg News. I'm Sarah Holder. Today on the show, the growth divide between the front of the plane and the back of the plane, and what it means for airline revenue and for your flight experience. We're a very experienced flyer, and you're going to teach about airline travel these days. Here's this really provocative question. Is flying getting better, or is it getting worse? Which is it? It depends on what kind of ticket you buy. It depends on where you want to sit on the plane. It depends on how much money you want to spend, what kind of credit card you have, where you are in that particular airline's loyalty program. There's a lot of variables. The return would mention how good or bad your experience is going to be. Premium seats, preferred seats. But you know, you this way, right? How did we get here? Walk me through the history of the premiumization of airline travel. Once upon a time, all of the seats on flights were the same. After World War II, you have this burgeoning middle class, you have a burgeoning interest in air travel, in leisure travel, and you have airlines that are, at the time, centrally managed by the federal government. So you have a board that sets airline flight prices. They set them federally across airlines. So airlines can't really compete with each other on price. And at that point, all the seats on a particular airline's planes were the same. But they were also like kind of left, right? I remember the Harvard station, the champagne, and going up the flight. Yeah, so if you can't compete on price, then your margins are guaranteed and your prices are fixed. Then what do you do as an airline in order to attract new customers to compete on price?
Welcome aboard.
in that period was undertaken by business travelers. There's a lot of men in a lot of fedoras smoking a lot of cigarettes and very mad men. So, like, what did that type of traveler want? They wanted cocktails, they wanted carving stations, they wanted, like, a nightclub on the second floor of the plane. And then, over time, this began to change a little bit, and it changed most notably in the late 1970s. That is when the Carter administration deregulated the airline industry in certain ways that meant there was suddenly a lot of competition. So you get all of these airlines flooding into a market where the prices are no longer centrally set. So you get an influx of small upstart airlines, and a lot of them are super, super cheap. You also got a lot of people who were interested in leisure travel for the first time. This sort of explosion in competition brought prices down enough that if you were going to drive from Ohio to, like, the Gulf Coast normally for your family vacation, maybe you fly instead. So suddenly the proportion of madmen guys has plummeted, and the proportion of people who are taking their kids to the beach has risen.
And the legroom is smaller.
Yes, the legroom is smaller. Suddenly you're getting more seats. The lavatories are getting smaller. You're not having cocktail lounges on the plane anymore. So you get airplanes that feel a little bit more like riding a bus. And then that's where you start thinking about what kind of revenue mix you want on your airplane.
When it comes to revenue, business travelers are really important for airlines because they travel a lot. Way more than people who just hop on a flight a couple times a year for vacation or to see family. So to keep those business travelers from going to competitors, airlines created a new ticket. American Airlines were the first one back in 1981, and Delta and United quickly followed.
So if you were a customer that constituted a disproportionate amount of airline revenue, you could suddenly, like, gain points or miles in this case to access better features, better perks. Part of that is the airport lounge. Part of that is the free upgrade. At that point, first class tickets, you've always been able to buy first class tickets for cash, as long as they've existed. But during this era, they became a really important loyalty bargaining chip.
And this era being like the 80s, the 90s?
Yes, the 80s in particular into the 90s. The status is something that you build up over time, so it is a really effective way for an airline or any type of consumer business to pull a really high value customer into their ecosystem and make the cost of switching to a competitor really, really high.
You don't want to start from 0 miles again.
Right. You don't want to start from zero. You don't want to have 0 miles. You want to be able to buy a $300 plane ticket and feel reasonably sure that you will get upgraded to a ticket that would cost thousands of dollars. So first class tickets become these really useful bargaining chips. But as the massive airlines get more complicated, all of this premium high dollar, high margin inventory, airlines start to look at it a little differently.
Today, what's different now?
Airlines are selling those good tickets for cash. Well, they're still giving out some, but airlines that have a really robust business offering and a really robust training strategy. That is usually cited as the best example of this. They are finding ways to effectively market those seats to leisure customers, to people who have the ability to get a free seat, get access first class.
They're selling them and people are buying.
Yeah. Delta, over the course of a little over a decade, went from selling annually a percentage of their premium tickets that was, like, in the teens to selling, like, about 3/4 of them for cash.
Wow. Just to emphasize those stats, in 2011, Delta Airlines sold only 14% of its first class fares for cash. By 2023, it was selling 74% of its first class seats for cash.
That was definitely one of the things that piqued my interest, because people suddenly being willing to open their wallets in that way is really a profound difference. Part of it was COVID. When business travel in particular shut down and those really valuable customers stopped buying tickets, the airlines had all of these really high value tickets and, like, nobody to buy them. So what they did, a lot of them, is go, okay, we need to encourage people who are flying for leisure or who are not traditional business travelers to upgrade. So what a lot of them did is slash prices on their premium offers. They figured out how to talk to leisure travelers about premium seats. They figured out how to get those messages onto booking sites, onto their own website, to articulate a more detailed list of reasons you might like to fly first class. It's not just expensive, or maybe it's not as expensive as you thought it was, and you get all these wonderful perks.
And just
premium just mean first class in this situation? Like I know you can buy like a little extra legroom or premium economy, which is an interesting moniker. How do you think about gradients of premiumization?
Yeah, this is one of those things that also started before the pandemic that was really accelerated by it. Is that for a long time there was like a premium class and a regular class that like you sorted it into one or the other. Over the years, starting as much as 25 years ago, airlines started saying, okay, is there a middle ground here? Is there a way to create like a quasi-premium or an entry-level premium or gradations of premiumization that you might be able to more easily sell to a leisure traveler or somebody who's a little aspirational, feels like they want to travel like the rich and famous, but doesn't really have the cash for that. And a lot of times those are like $50 more for a domestic route, and they come with a check bag. They come with like stuff that used to be included in coach fare, which is part of all of this. So you have airlines who begin tinkering with these strategies of creating something in between first class and coach, and they are now putting in the work to retrofit all of their fleet. Somebody told me in the reporting on this story that retrofitting a single airline cabin to reconfigure like how the seats are meted out depending on the cabin costs like 8 figures per aircraft. So it's a huge capital investment and it's a very slow one.
Is this kind of investment worth it for the airline? What are you seeing the earnings report? How is this all playing out for them?
Yeah, it is like absolutely worth it. If you can get it done in a way that is like pretty efficient and it doesn't take too many of your airplanes like out of commission for too long, it is definitely worth it. The revenue that you get from premium customers is huge compared to what a similar customer investment would do. But like the major American airlines want all of these customers. They want customers that they can have, but they also want the customers who might have bought a Spirit ticket or a Frontier ticket. So the story of premiumization is the story of the front of the airlines getting nicer and the front of the airplanes to a certain extent also getting bigger and taking up more and more of the space within the airplane. But it's also a story of the back of the airplane getting even more unbundled, as it were.
What does that mean? What does it mean to unbundle?
What happens at the back of the airplane on the full-size carriers now are tactics that are almost entirely cribbed from the low-cost carriers. You forget about the water, pay to collect the seat, pay to carry on a bag that you put in the overhead bin in a lot of cases now. So the low-cost carriers came about and came on really strong in the early 2000s, and the existence of people who were willing to pay for nothing, willing to pay to exit the airplane, and that's about it. If they can save $20 by not watching the in-flight entertainment, if they can save $20 by shoving everything in your backpack, they are willing to do that. They are willing to stick a little seat on a 10-hour flight to save $40 or $50. And that has been like great for the airlines because until relatively recently, if you flew like a popular domestic route in the US, and if you flew it on a coach fare, it was pretty likely that you were going to get the seat next to an empty seat.
This has been the Big Take Podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Sarah Mulder, and I spoke with Bloomberg's Amanda Mull about the premiumization of air travel and why some passengers are more prepared to pay more for perks, and what it all means for the future of the economy cabin. Thanks for listening to the Big Take Podcast on Bloomberg Radio. You can hear more by subscribing to Big Take wherever you get your podcasts.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is WBBR New York, Bloomberg 1130. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at CBS News. It's CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Craig, President Biden said to be considering blanket preemptive pardon for prominent critics of President-elect Donald Trump. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
Members of both parties would be shielded from possible retribution or legal prosecution by the incoming administration. Multiple people familiar with the ongoing discussions tell CBS News the president's debating between the White House aides the possibility of issuing preemptive pardons, but no specific names have been formally recommended yet.
CBS has met with Republican senators for 445 million to speak to leading President-elect Donald Trump's Department of Defense. CBS's Scott McFarlane.
Has denied allegations he committed sexual assault, struggled with alcohol, and mismanaged 2 nonprofits. But a source close to the Trump transition team said time's running out.
CBS News learned that the person of interest in the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO took a bus to New York that originated in Atlanta, Georgia, days before the shooting. NBC News was first to report the bus being used. A CBS Sam Schechter report last Thursday, who is wanted for questioning, checked into the hospital with a fake New Jersey ID, and investigators believe it's just a made-up name. It's not an ID for anybody else. They didn't get any tips on that name, and that he likely paid in cash to cover his tracks. A magnitude 7 earthquake rattled northern California today, prompting a tsunami warning for millions of people along the coast, from southern Oregon to the San Francisco Bay Area. CBS News San Francisco's Kenny Choi has details.
California is jolted by the state's strongest earthquake in more than 5 years.
It's definitely pretty frightening having to worry about whether the ceiling was being collapsed on us.
Andy Chavez works at a restaurant in Rio Del, not far from the epicenter. The offshore quake briefly triggered a tsunami warning and mass evacuation. Before it was canceled, at least 5 million coastal residents were told to seek higher ground from the Oregon border to as far south as the city of San Francisco, where the zoo was shut down.
It's taking longer for many out-of-work Americans to find jobs, new jobs. CBS's Michael Toscano.
Over half of the 7 million unemployed people looking for work in October had been at it for more than 6 months, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Companies in some industries, such as tech and professional services, are holding back on hiring, according to ZipRecruiter. Employers hired only 12,000 workers in October, the least since December 2020.
South Korea's ruling party chief is showing support for suspending the constitutional powers of President Yoon Suk-yeol for imposing martial law. It makes Yoon's impeachment more likely. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. That's not it. The price is not a big factory. It's all good. We got this. This is not because of the low responsible stuff. Let me check it. These are the lowest cost options out there. This is someone supporting me every step of the way. Check with pharmacists today to find out savings. Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com. Show the coupon at the pharmacy and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
The champagne of beers is now in the fragrance business.
Now comes Miller Time.
Miller High Life has released what the company calls a dive bar fume. It blends the scents of cedar wood and patchouli to recreate the smell of bar counter, tobacco, and leather. The goal of evoking worn-in bar stools and sea salt for that to the fried popcorn. There's a little Champagne blossom thrown in too for the smell of Miller beer. It's $60 a bottle, but right now it's sold out online. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News. Just one retail chain was enough for Taylor Swift to have the top-selling book last week and the biggest publishing launch of 2024. According to Circana, Swift's Eras Tour book sold 814,000 copies over the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Swift sold the book exclusively through Target, which launched the Eras tie-in on Black Friday. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
I'm Charlie Thomas. In the Bloomberg Newsroom, Donald Trump is selecting venture capitalist David Sachs of Kraft Ventures to serve as his AI and crypto czar, a newly created position that underscores the president-elect's intent to boost two rapidly developing industries. In a post tonight on Truth Social, Trump said, quote, David will guide policy for the administration in artificial intelligence and cryptocurrency, two areas critical to the future of American competitiveness. Now, in Sachs, Trump is tapping one of his most prominent Silicon Valley supporters and fundraisers for a prime position in his administration. Japan's foreign minister says Tokyo intends to pick up trade talks with President-elect Trump with an understanding that the elimination of tariffs on cars and auto parts will be on the agenda. Asian equities are tracking a drop in U.S. shares ahead of jobs data tomorrow morning that may help shape the direction of the Federal Reserve's
policy path later this month. Right now, we've got the Hang Seng in Hong Kong, little change, higher now by 0.1%. The A225 in Tokyo down by 0.9%. In Sydney, the S&P ASX 200 index down 0.1%, and the Kospi in Seoul trading lower by 0.9%. The U.S. stocks close to records. What to avoid? That question today for Eric Clark, portfolio manager at the Rational Dynamic Brands Fund, which focuses on consumer stocks, and he was a guest on Bloomberg Business Week.
If you are high valuations, super high expectations, and going into the year where your business is probably about as good as it gets, those are the areas that I would like to stay away from, because I'm much more focused on where are estimate revisions, where have they bottomed, and where are the beats probably more likely, rather than in the most heated part of the market that everybody wants. I tend to be I use the phrase looking for diamonds in a dumpster, and that's what we're doing in retail right now.
Bitcoin right now down 1.1%, 97,984, just about this time yesterday, broke through the $100,000. S&P down 0.2%. I'm Charlie Nelson. So Bloomberg Business Flash. Now your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
On the clear, it's been cold in the city, so high low temperatures on Wednesday, Friday, 25 to 30, bit cold in the suburbs. Sunny clouds, brisk winds on Friday, high temperature only up between 35 and 40. We're feeling cold Friday night, back in the 20s. And then Saturday, the start of the weekend, we do so with partly sunny skies, and again temperatures are cool, 35 and 40. This is Jerry Best with the weekend weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
An Australian mining company has agreed to pay Mali $160 million after their CEO was detained, along with 2 colleagues during the visit to the country.
Taking a look at a stock in Australia this morning, this is Resolute Mining. It's listed on the ASX 200, and we're actually seeing shares, well, they're significantly plunging down to since 1988, but it's really a great story here.
The payment, half an hour, half later, has been agreed as Mali's military leaders are looking to get a greater share of revenue from its mining industry, and foreign operators are in effect. They adopted a new mining code that could see the government increase its stake to 35% in existing gold mines, and that's caused all kinds of trouble for some of the biggest miners there, including Barrick. On this episode of the Next Africa podcast, we'll ask if Africa's 3rd largest gold producer is still a safe place to invest, and whether more executives could find themselves in detention as the government demands to renegotiate mining deals. I'm Jennifer Gabasata, and this is the Next Africa podcast, bringing you one story each week from the continent, driving the future of global growth with the context only Bloomberg can provide. Joining us this week are Bloomberg's Katerina Fournier in Dakar and our mining and metals reporter William Cloud in Johannesburg. Thank you both for being here. This is a fascinating story that I've kind of personally been really interested in. But let's just take a few steps back and start with the arrest of the Resolute executives and what happened there to lead us to here.
Resolute CEO Jared Monahan and 2 employees that the company has not named traveled to Mali earlier this month. They are invited by the Mali authorities to discuss what they there as potential claims made against Resolute. They were meeting with tax authorities and Mali mining authorities. And following these meetings on November 8th, Hollande and his colleagues were arrested at their Bamako hotel. Mali is saying that Resolute, which operates Siama gold mine in Mali, was productive mines that was meant to ramp up production this year and next. Older Mali say 100 meters they got from 160 million, and they were detained at what's the financial crimes court in Bamako for almost 2 weeks. We said that we pay 80 million of service to settle the dispute and for the release of the stock. And also we put to Southwest Mining because that's what the new mining code adopted last year. In a sense, the result was a huge.
Wow. So, William, maybe you can tell us a bit more that was made that Katarina was talking about, that's a significant amount of money. And where exactly is Mali claiming these funds are from or are for?
It's a difficult one to answer because the Malian government hasn't actually provided any evidence. We know a bit about the allegations from talking to the companies and people around the government that the state's allegations relate to taxes going back to the middle of last decade, and dividends that the state thinks they should have received from these joint ventures, and the foreign companies' use of offshore bank accounts for doing business in Mali. However, whether the claims against the companies have any merit or not, the authorities in Mali have been using these allegations to renegotiate the partnerships with these companies, and so far, at least in the short term, they've been very successful.
Resolute declined to comment for this podcast, but in statements released in Callahan was detained. The company informed while the state claims against the company are, quote, unsubstantiated, the agreement that will see Resolute pay $160 million also commits the government to drop those same claims. The Malian authorities did not respond to our request for comment. And it's coming at a time where we are seeing gold prices fluctuate, climbing the last that I saw. When we think about gold extraction and gold mining in the Sahel, in Mali, how significant is it for the country, Katarina?
Mali is one of Africa's biggest gold producers and one of the biggest in the world. Gold production last year was 105 tons. Gold is also by far its biggest source of export revenue. It's estimated that more than 2 million people, about 10% of the population, depend on the mining sector and the fishing both for industrial, artisanal, for livelihood. Gold has become even more important as an income source as Mali still has its 8th founding foreign innovations, one in 2020 and another one in 2021. Back then the country was also temporarily cut out from medium markets, and at one point they faced far-reaching economics and financial sanctions by neighbors when they felt to meet their money because definitely something that the G9 is trying to get more resources from and to get better control of.
Well, and that's from the perspective of but when we talk about the companies that are operating in the region, it's very important to them, right? I mean, William, you mentioned a few of the biggest mining companies. This must be an important region for them to operate and to profit from.
You've got large mining companies operating in the country. The 4 biggest mines there are operated by Barrick Gold, which is the 2nd biggest gold company on the planet. Other slightly smaller ones, Allied Gold, B2 Gold, and of course Resolute Mining. Some of these companies have their primary assets in Mali, and in the case of Barrick, it's one of the biggest gold mines on the planet. At a time of high gold prices, there is no way in which they're going to risk losing these assets, which I suppose if you think about it, is the sort of ultimate threat the Malian authorities are learning at the company.
So Katarina, what are some of the changes that we've seen from the junta in Mali? What are they attempting to do?
One of the key measures is a new mining code that was adopted last year. There's also been the audit that William mentioned, which has led to more regulatory disputes, including claims of back taxes, which Business Resolute and Barrick are facing. Some companies have also been ordered to transfer operations back to Mali, which is the case with Iron Gold and Ashanti, who transferred their Yatela mine earlier this month. There also been other active spending in Mali's mining sector. Country has moved away from traditional Western partners, including the EU and the US, and the closest ties with Russia, most prominently by the deployment of valuable mercenaries back in 2021, and more recently Russia has taken steps to take over refinery in Bamako. This is unlikely to happen anytime soon, but the President said that Barrick will definitely sort of gives an idea of how Mali is going forward, and this is the stance that's likely to continue as long as the military is in power there.
Yeah, and that brings me to you, William. As somebody who covers the sector quite often, I mean, it should be, what are these companies saying about the changing landscape that these governments are trying
to instill?
So if we take the four biggest gold mining companies in Mali, or the four biggest gold mines in Mali operated by these multinationals, the revenue has definitely experienced the most eye-catching, eye-raising improvements. And inviting a company CEO to fly all the way to Mali and arresting them is pretty drastic negotiating tactic. So the other three big companies, Allied and B2 Gold, they're all headquartered in North America. They've been experiencing comparable pressures. Allied and B2 Gold sort of got ahead of it and recently announced agreements with the Malian state. One of them will migrate their mining projects to the new mining code that Katrina mentioned, and the other one won't. But what they will both do is make large payments to the state, $115 million for Allied and $204 million for B2 Gold. And importantly, they've agreed to put their expansion projects that they're building fully on this new mining code that has these higher taxes, higher royalties, etc. And as for the really big one, which is Barrick's very large Loulo-Gounkoto mine, those renegotiations have got pretty acrimonious, not as acrimonious as anyone as arresting the CEO, but nevertheless the CEO has said he's very confident of reaching an agreement with the authorities, and that agreement, if finalised, when finalised, will surely see Mali increase its share of profits and revenue from that joint venture. So in short, everyone is negotiating, some in more comfortable conditions than others, and all of them are basically giving Mali's leaders more or less what they want.
Is this ultimately these governments and the Malian government with the upper hand, or what is the negotiating power that these companies have, if anything?
Well, it's hard to say at this point, but clearly these gold mining companies, some of which are the assets in Mali, are sort of energetically negotiating with the state and concluding agreements that will transfer large sums of money now to the state and in the future to the state, and they increase their share of future revenue and profit. I think that shows how committed they are to retaining control of these mines. They've also accepted the new code, which is more onerous for them and more beneficial for the state for the expansion projects that they already had underway. But where I think we might see Western investors think twice to take a step back, especially after Terry Holland's experience, are those who have projects in Mali that are at an earlier stage, or those who were considering entering Mali, the gold sector, the mining sector more broadly. This will definitely, to understate it slightly, give them cause for pause. What I'm sort of keeping my eye on is how the dispute over Barrick's Loulo-Gounkoto mine shakes out, because that's by far the biggest gold mine in Mali. The CEO, Mark Bristow, has made it very clear he wants a mutually acceptable agreement as soon as possible.
You're listening to the Next Africa podcast, where we bring you one story each week from the continent, driving the future of global growth with the context only Bloomberg can provide. I'm Jennifer Sanchez. Thanks for listening to today's episode on Bloomberg Radio. You can find all the latest from Next Africa on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, check out all the latest audio programs from Bloomberg, including Money Stuff with Matt Levine and Katie Greinfeld, Elon Inc., our weekly dive into Elon Musk's sprawling and controversial tech empire, and Here's Live, our new podcast that takes one complex news story and explains it in just a few minutes. It's all available on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Radio is on Amazon Alexa. Get live business news and market headlines 24 hours a day anywhere you have an Alexa device. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg Radio. I'm David Weston. This week on the next generation of Wall Street Report, U.S. trade deficit numbers out this week mean what all those hurricanes mean to the business of insurance, especially in Florida. What needs to be done to make housing affordable affordable around the world, and why U.S. ports are among the least efficient in the world, and why you should be there. From View Wall Street, this is Friday Night at 6 on Bloomberg 1130. On demand wherever you get your podcasts, or watch on Bloomberg Television. This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. Some worries today on Wall Street about Friday's November jobs report. That's the first-time jobless claims for Thanksgiving. We came in a little higher than forecast, 224,000. And planned corporate layoffs last month shot up by 27% from last November. Well, that helps send stocks down from Wednesday's record closing highs for all the major averages. Today, the Dow fell 248 points, 0.5% lower. The Nasdaq lost 35, and the S&P was down 11. After the close, an earnings beat from upscale yoga and activewear retailer Lululemon has also raised its full-year outlook. Bitcoin's value finally topped $100,000, fueled by President-elect Trump, taking all assets and crypto boosted former head of the Securities and Exchange Commission to once again run that agency. And Taylor Swift's Eras Tour book, the biggest book of the year, sold 814,000 copies in its first week. And that was only from Target. It wasn't on Amazon or in bookstores. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio. This goes the price is not
Disagree? It's all good. We got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by a Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. What is it? This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find health savings. This is about Walgreens. Your business deploys AI pilots everywhere. But are they going anywhere? Or are they stuck in silos, exhausting resources, unable to scale? Maybe you don't need hundreds of AI pilots. You need a holistic strategy. IBM has 65,000 consultants with Gen AI expertise who can help you design, integrate, and optimize AI solutions. So you're not just deploying AI, you're scaling it across your business. Learn more at IBM.com/consulting. IBM. Let's create. Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
The cold stretch of weather is coming in for us. Forecast to attack clear skies and breezy. Low temperatures by 1. Midtown about 25 to 30. Of course, colder than elsewhere. Coming up on Friday, mixture of cloud and sunshine and breezy. Afternoon temperatures only making it up to 35 to 40. Tonight we're back in the 20s with partly cloudy skies. And Saturday, partly sunny 35 to 40. And we'll have sunshine 40 on Sunday. This is Gary Best with the weekend weather on Bloomberg 1130.
This is the story of the one who is a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise that has that vintage charm historically needed constitution. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade 20th century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and it's scaled to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call at Grainger.com or just online. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Technology. It's come a long way in the last 100 years. At the American Arbitration Association, we're advancing dispute resolution through the power of artificial intelligence. Introducing Clause Builder AI. Trained on almost 100 years of experience, this free breakthrough tool drafts effective arbitration and mediation agreements. And our AAA lab will keep you up to date with the latest developments on AI and dispute resolution. AAA, the future of dispute resolution is here.
Get the best in finance, investment, and economics with the Bloomberg Podcast channel on YouTube.
We are seeing stocks rise around the world.
A massive rally in the bond market.
Record revenue out of Apple. Inflation, moderating.
I'm Tom Keene, inviting you to watch and listen to the best analysis on business and investment. Visit the Bloomberg Podcast channel on YouTube to hear from the smartest names on YouTube and search Bloomberg Podcast today.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcast, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Jones, and this is the Australian podcast on Bloomberg Radio.
Perth property prices are expected to soon soar past Melbourne's.
There's lots of indications that the downswing phase of the cycle is upon us. Rising stock levels and fewer buyers than this time last year. No doubt it could be a buyer's market, especially in Melbourne and Sydney for some people. Higher interest rates and shortage of homes are bringing
point. Today on the show, we've got one topic that's guaranteed to run out since we started this summer. Yep, we are talking about prices. Where are the national hotspots? The big patches? I really want to know when our mortgage payments going to change. To help us do that, I'm joined by city-based economy reporter Bronson Andy. Bronson, welcome back.
Thanks, Beth. Looking forward to the chat.
I'm looking forward to it. We have been very, very busy following every twist and turn that's happening with our central bank and also on the pickleball court. Explain.
That was really exciting. It was the highlight of 2024. I played pickleball with tennis veterans Andre and Paige. I was a doubles partner, but I also played against him.
Amazing, and you wrote about it for Bloomberg, and you can read Sparky's story on the rise of pickleball on Bloomberg.com today. We're talking about my favourite topic, and I know it's yours too. We're talking about house prices. Last time you joined me on the podcast, it was back in October, and you'd also given up on buying your own home or upgrading your own home in Sydney. What has this prices in the house city done since we last talked?
At that time, we had seen a slowdown in money price growth, and now finally we are seeing price falls in Sydney. So prices in Melbourne have moved a bit slow, and Sydney has not joined its public sector. And the turnover is the first month today at 375 since the start of 2023. So it's whether it's a start of a new trend or a blip in the new trend.
So prices have started to fall in Sydney, and in Melbourne they've now since for 10 of the past 12 months. What is happening in the other major cities, Swati?
Other major cities are going gangbusters. Again, price growth has slowed, so it's not rising at the same pace as they were at the start of this year. But Adelaide, Brisbane, Perth, they are still pretty strong. Perth is the strongest. Canberra is going well too. And that is what is pushing national prices up. So we are not seeing a drop in national prices yet, but the growth has slowed.
What is behind the falls in Sydney and Melbourne? They're our biggest housing markets. And is it just that they're dealing with the impacts of the 2 years of high interest rates, or are there some other factors in play here?
You hit the nail on its head that affordability. So that is definitely a key factor, especially in Sydney, where prices have grown by a lot. So I'm looking at CoreLogic data in Sydney since the onset of COVID, prices grew 29%. In Brisbane, it's 67%, Adelaide 71%, Perth 77%. Melbourne is the smallest gain of just 9.5%, but we still talk about a really strong price growth in just 64 years, right? So affordability is definitely a constraint. Combine that with high interest rates, 14-year high borrowing costs, and expectations that interest rates will remain at these levels for some time to come. It is kind of giving people a bit of jitters and preventing them from taking risks in the market. So that is the biggest reason in Sydney. In Melbourne, we are seeing slowdown in the economy. Victoria, the state of which Melbourne is the capital, so Victoria state is amongst the weakest state in Australia as far as economic growth is concerned because of high urban. They have the longest COVID lockdown right until and really suffered during the time. And when the lockdown lifted, since then, the economy hasn't really bounced back. Whereas Sydney had really short lockdowns, and when COVID kind of came out of COVID, the economy really bounced back. So Victoria is mostly a slowdown story, unemployment, and that story, whereas Sydney is more a stability story.
What does this mean for affordability more broadly now that the prices have started to come down? It's really that's open up the market to new buyers, particularly these like first home buyers that are just trying to get their foot on the property ladder? Or is this just going to be around there compared to some of the massive growth we've seen in the last couple of years?
Yeah, it's the latter, like as far as I understand. I mean, we are talking about a increase of like 29% or 70%, right, in market since the onset of COVID. The fall that we are seeing is 0.1%. So if you look at the broader picture, if you zoom out, it's clearly the fall is very much. Prices are still very uncertain. Home value is still at record highs. So if you are a first home buyer looking to buy, it's still going to my next question really how closely into these data sets that come out to be able to predict whether or not this downturn that we're seeing is going to take hold in some of the two bigger cities sitting in the Buddy, what are the economists, what are the analysts that you talk to saying about that? Is it early to tell whether or not these first-time buyers, these mortgage holders are going to have some sort of relief anytime soon? Rebecca, I have lived in Australia for 10 years now, and I have covered housing markets in all of those 10 years. And every other year, there is a prediction that Sydney bubble is going to burst. Especially around this time of the year, people make predictions for the next year and say that obviously house prices are going to fall. Never have I predicted. We're just going to retell ourselves. It's wishful thinking for sure. Look, the broader fundamentals that we spoke about last time remains, right? We still are in a market where supply is in shortfall. We still are in a market where population is growing. People still want houses. People still want good quality apartments, good quality construction. So I think that supply shortage is still there, and we are nowhere close to building enough homes. Even if we talk about the end of the decade, we are nowhere close to building enough homes for our people. So just fundamentally, the need of prices going to fall is unlikely, especially the central bank will expect to start cutting interest rates in 2025. So if anything, it could
So, I mean, across the ditch, we've seen New Zealand central bank slashing their interest rates, and there's been an expectation of another 50 basis point cut early next year. What has been the impact on the property market over there?
Well, New Zealand's housing market has actually acted more like a normal market compared to Australia. So their property market is kind of in a moribund state at the moment. Their economy is in shambles, unemployment rate is rising. They also get interest rates much higher than us, so their key interest rate is at 5.5%. And their people are really hurting, and so is the housing market. There are predictions from economists for prices to increase over 2025 between 6 and 11%. So they are looking at the brighter side now with interest rate cuts beginning in June.
What are we expecting from the RBA in December other than Christmas too?
Also interest from the RBA, unfortunately, yeah, we are expecting more of the same from them. The interest rates are expected to remain at 13-year highs of 4.35%. And the language around their placement is likely to remain the same as well. In fact, Michelle Burrow spoke at an event at the end of November, and she repeated her hawkish language. And she spoke about why we are different. For example, Australia did not take interest rates as high as other countries. So we are not as restrictive as other countries, but also our economy is proving a lot more resilient than other places. Our employment market is pretty strong, unemployment is still low, so there's a lot going in our favor, and so it's not time yet to cut interest rates.
Swansea, local economists have been pushing back on the date when they expect the RBA to start cutting rates. Can you unpack that for us?
Yes, there are two things going on here. The first is that in the US, after the Trump election, um, there is expectation that US Federal Reserve will cut by less than what was previously expected. And that is because Trump's policies are expected to be inflationary. So we are talking about more government spending, more tax cuts, and higher tariffs, like you mentioned. And all of that is inflationary, and some of that inflation could get some of that inflation could get exported out of the US to other countries. And the second is Australia's domestic economy, which is proving quite strong. Our unemployment rate is below a lot of other countries. Our labor market is pretty strong. Government spending is boosting economic growth. And we are heading into elections, so more government spending. And all of that means inflation remains high, and the RBA remains at bay.
Swansea, it is always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you.
Likewise, always a pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you for listening to the Australia podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Rebecca Jones, and you can hear more by subscribing to the Bloomberg Australia podcast wherever you listen.
This is New York's only 24-hour source for world markets and breaking business news. Bloomberg coming up. The latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at CBS News.
CBS News Brief. Multiple people familiar with the ongoing discussions tell CBS News President Biden has debated the possibility of issuing preemptive pardons for prominent critics of President-elect Donald Trump to shield them from possible retribution by the incoming administration. CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
People like Anthony Fauci, who coordinated the federal government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, who became a prominent critic of former President Trump.
A person of interest in the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson apparently used a fake ID and cash in New York City. CBS's Anna Shepard.
Time progresses, investigators are getting more and more anxious. They want to solve this thing. And New Yorkers, meanwhile, are staying pretty cool going about business as usual.
A magnitude 7 earthquake is felt from southern Oregon down to the San Francisco area.
A hard jolt and then a long roll.
The tsunami warning lasted about an hour. CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
And I'm Charlie Howell from the Bloomberg Newsroom. President-elect Donald Trump is nominating former Senator David Perdue as the U.S. ambassador to China, enlisting a former business executive turned politician for one of his most important diplomatic posts. Trump, meanwhile, says he has selected venture capitalist David Sachs of Kraft Ventures to serve as his AI and crypto czar, a newly created position that underscores the president-elect's intent to boost two rapidly developing industries. Also tonight, Trump named Rodney Scott as U.S. Customs and Border Protection Commissioner. It was a down day for U.S. stocks. Asian stocks tracking backdrop as caution prevails ahead of jobs data tomorrow morning that may help shape the Fed's future policy path. Here's where we stand. Right now, the K2B5 in Tokyo down 0.9%. In Sydney, we've got the S&P ASX 200 lower by 0.4%. And in Seoul, South Korea, the Kospi high low by 0.3%. And the Hang Seng in Hong Kong up by 0.6%. American Airlines is raising its profit expectations for the public on Sunday. That story is Bloomberg's Tom Bussey. The latest signals strong travel demand into the first winter holidays. In a regulatory filing, the airline said adjusted earnings will be 75 cents to 75 cents a share in the fourth quarter. That's up from a prior expectation of no more than 10 cents. The revised rate is easily found in the quarterly average analyst estimates compiled by Bloomberg. The outlook joins most expectations from Southwest Airlines and JetBlue Airways. We follow the frantic passenger numbers over the Thanksgiving holiday. The carriers cite stronger than expected bookings this month as well as higher fares and lower reported better-than-expected quarter one revenues and a jump in sales of servers to power AI intelligence work. Again, the S&P recruiting of a record down 0.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Breaking news first. French President Emmanuel Macron is searching for a new prime minister. The French government falls after no confidence vote in Parliament. Emmanuel Macron said he will not resign. He'll be naming his prime minister in the coming days.
Changes are now weighing on the heads of the euro.
There's no budget, but it's not like in the U.S. There's no shutdown.
The real question is, what is the left and the right willing to vote for?
Continuing coverage and complete analysis on Bloomberg non-trio. Context changes everything. Annie Liss, Jewish communal leader and philanthropist, talks about why she chose the Jewish Communal Fund for her family's charitable giving.
For a lot of people, it would be the convenience factor. I don't have to track anything.
In good times and when crisis strikes, JCF can help you organize your philanthropy with a donor-advised fund. A fund can be established with a minimum tax-deductible contribution of $5,000. Make grants quickly and securely to your favorite charities, and JCF handles all the administration and reporting.
At the year end, our board awards community grants from fees and endowment income to UJ's annual campaign. We also make gifts to specific organizations, the elderly, Holocaust survivors, the hungry. The funds that we come together as a community at the end of the year to build community, that's what makes us different.
Open a fund today and join our JCF community. Visit jcfny.org or call 212-752-8277. Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 11 Trio.
Partly cold, but evening cold in the city. Low tide, low temperatures for the day from 25 to 30. The cold suburbs. Sunny clouds, with by Friday, high temperature over 35 to 40. The fairly cold night, back in the 20s. And Saturday, the weekend, will do so with partly sunny skies. And again, temperatures are cool, 35 to 40. This is Gary Best with your weekend weather forecast on Bloomberg 11 Trio.
Bloomberg Radio on demand and in your podcast feed. On the latest business podcast, I speak with David Brew. He is the executive chairman of Bayfire, a private equity firm focused on digital transformation of industrial companies.
More recently, in the education space, I had this view that we were not appreciating how big artificial intelligence was going to be. As a consequence, as a nation, we are underinvested in advanced computer science. So as we've got programs at all the best universities, graduating hundreds, tens of thousands, or maybe even hundreds of thousands that we need. Because what's happened is that the academics are focused on building a new platform, the so-called large language models. Right. When think about that like it's a nuclear power plant, complicated, high science, but it works. And it'll work a little better, and they'll keep refining and so forth, but it works. And then what we need next are application engineers. We need electricians. We need people who design appliances. We need to run wires. We need to change from steam to electricity. And we don't have those people. We already know what we need. By the way, it'll be 20 or 30 years of implementation ahead of us. So these will be great jobs for a lot of people. So we built the first school, spent a few years getting that organized, opened it in 20. We're now 4 years in, got 1,000 students, 200 corporate partners, started or accelerated 94 companies, 400 jobs. Really exciting.
The full conversation on the latest edition of a Masters in Business podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. OpenAI introducing a $200 a month subscription for its chatbot, ChatGPT, which includes unlimited access to its most powerful AI models and an improved version of its software that it says can perform human-like reasoning. Some jitters on Wall Street today about just how strong Friday's November jobs report might be. Remember, only 12,000 jobs were added in October. The data will help the Fed determine whether lower interest rates again when it meets in less than 2 weeks. And with that, the Dow today ended 248 points lower, 0.5% lower. The Nasdaq down 35, the S&P lost 11. Among the big gainers, shares of American Airlines soaring 17% higher. It raised its profit outlook for the current quarter on a surge in holiday travel. And Uber Eats announcing some festive new holiday services like delivering of Christmas trees and Uber carolers. Only through this Saturday in Los Angeles, New York, Dallas, Miami, and Washington. Tom Buzz, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
You're listening to the Big Take Podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Sarah Holder. Today on the show, we're talking about what happens when the tools that universities use to detect AI-generated work get it wrong. Moira Olmsted dreams of becoming an elementary school teacher. So last year, she enrolled in an online program at Central Methodist University, working toward a degree while taking care of her toddler. For one of her classes, Moira had to turn in weekly writing assignments, summarizing news articles, which was easy enough. But just weeks into the fall semester, she got an unexpected grade back. Early on in the semester in one of her courses, she had received a 0. Jackie Davalos is a tech reporter for Bloomberg. She spoke to Moira over the phone.
For those summary articles, usually what we're doing is taking a bunch of information and just summarizing in maybe 2-3 paragraphs max.
She didn't really know what had happened. She just kind of saw it pop up on her student portal. She raised this with the professor, and the professor had told her that she had been flagged for using AI.
He was like, hey, I run everybody's work through an AI detector, and yours has been flagged many times. It's just getting out of hand.
But Moira says she never used generative AI, tools like ChatGPT, to write her assignments. To her, it was being blindsided by this technology that she had never really seen before. And Moira immediately followed up asking for additional details as to how this could have happened.
I was just like, okay, thanks for bringing this to my attention. Like, I'm actually, I'm a teacher. As a teacher, I really am super against the use of AI, specifically in opinions and like thought pieces.
She had to raise it to several other administrators at her school. She had multiple meetings, emails that showed, this back and forth between her expressing this confidence in her work that just was being put into question, basically. Her grade was ultimately changed, but Moira started to take extra precautions with her work, putting it through AI checkers herself, screen-recording her progress, and attaching recordings to her assignments, anything to prove her work was original. But Jackie's reporting found there was another reason Moira's work may have been mistakenly flagged as AI generated. She's on the autism spectrum, and she's always written with somewhat of a formulaic kind of style. And so Moira, understanding that this might be perhaps one of the gaps that AI detectors have, she knew she wanted to be armed with proof that she had completed her work in case this came up again. Students who fall into this category, either they're neurodivergent or English is their second language, they tend to get picked up more than their peers who might not fall into these categories. Moira is just one student grappling with the challenges presented by this new frontier in education. And those challenges are playing out at schools and universities all over the country. I'm Sarah Holder, and this is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. Today on the show, how universities and students are adapting to the emergence of generative AI, and what happens when efforts to crack down on its use backfire. Jackie, Moira wasn't using generative AI to her homework. She's adamant that she wasn't. But other students are using tools like ChatGPT to help write their papers. Can you just give us a sense of how big of a thing is this, really, right now? It's huge. Some students like to use tools just for the spell check, just for the syntax, and then a level up.
help me rewrite this one section, to all the way to just help me write an entire essay. And this is where we've seen this other cottage industry of startups and tools crop up to help basically detect against that. I want to know more about how these AI detectors come to determine whether and how much a student has used AI in their writing or in their homework assignments. How do these tools work at a basic level? AI detection software like Turnitin, Copy Leaks, and GPT-0, which were some of the other startups that we have looked at, basically use technology not so dissimilar from that of ChatGPT. They train their systems off of a lot of text in the same way that, ChatGPT does. However, in our writing detectors, what that is called, and this is just a fancy term for a measure of how complex the words are in any given submission or sentence or paragraph. We use with a lot of variety these various structure and diction throughout a particular sentence or passage. If word choices are generic and formulaic, that's going to have a higher chance of being flagged by an AI detector. And it basically spits out a percentage of how much it believes the assignment is AI generated. And so in Mother's case, it was a majority of it. It doesn't highlight which passages, it also doesn't give you an answer for how it got there. It's kind of this black box. So educators are using these AI-powered detectors to root out AI-powered papers. But how well do these tools actually work? We found that they're actually highly accurate. So we tested GPT-0 and Copy Leaks on a random sample of 500 college application essays that were submitted to Texas A&M in the summer of 2022. This is important because, as we know, ChatGPT was released in the fall of 2022. So we know that these essays were not AI generated because ChatGPT hadn't been released yet. After running the analysis, we found that these startups falsely flagged about 1 to 2% of the essays as likely written by AI. And in some cases, they claim to have near 100% certainty. But the problem is, 1 to 2% of essays is still high in some ways, and that small error rate can add up just given how many student assignments are submitted throughout the year across the country. Yet 2 out of every 100 students running the risk of being mistakenly accused of plagiarism, maybe getting expelled, still feels pretty bad. Who is this affecting most? We found 2 groups that can be particularly vulnerable to some of the flaws in AI detection software. One is if you're neurodivergent, like Moira, if you're on the spectrum, for example. Another is if English is your second language. How disproportionately are these kinds of students being impacted by these false flags? Stanford researchers found that AI detectors were almost perfect when checking essays written by US-born 8th grade students, but they flagged over half of those essays written by non-native English speakers as AI generated. So the false flag there is extremely high. What about the impact on professors themselves? Is it making them more skeptical, more paranoid of the work that students are putting in? On the whole, professors are still a little bit on the fence about how exactly AI should be used in the classroom. We have some who are wanting to incorporate it into aspects of the curriculum, like using it to help you brainstorm or do some of the initial research. Other professors are telling me, we don't mind if you want to have ChatGPT write this aspect of your essay, just cite it appropriately. Professors are trying to figure out at what point does AI kind of erode the experience of learning, and at what point does it actually help it? But if there's one thing that professors agree on, it's that it's not going anywhere. AI isn't going anywhere. But how can students and educators use the technology technology responsibly? Are they trying to set new policies to incorporate the understanding that these AI detection tools have some blind spots? Definitely. You're seeing some schools put down firmer policies around what's considered plagiarism. If you use ChatGPT for a part of your essay and don't cite it, then it's considered plagiarism. But if you do cite it, then it's okay. And others are basically allowing professors to use these AI detection tools however they please without actually saying if your essay is 50% AI generated or 98% AI generated, then you will face a consequence. So it's left up to the professor to what's acceptable, but some universities are really mindful of the fact that these AI detectors aren't completely accurate. What are students doing to make sure that their original work isn't mistaken for AI? Students are really starting to get creative with how they can protect themselves. Many of them told me that, like Moira, they're starting to do their work in Google Docs and tracking everything to create this digital paper trail. Others tell me that they're using other tech tools out there that are almost created as a way to humanize your text. I had a conversation with a student who went to school in California, and he was telling me how he tweaks his wording in some parts of an essay to actually sound worse because he's afraid that if it sounds too good, then that it might get caught by an AI detector. This all sounds like so much work for students and for educators to kind of work around the blind spots that this technology has. What are companies trying to do to improve their models? We spoke to almost all of the companies that we looked at, and what they told us is that we actually intentionally oversample underrepresented groups like students who might not be native English speakers, and that because of that, it's kind of this ever-evolving process of iterating and making it more accurate. We also spoke to the CopyLeaks co-founder and CEO who told us that they're 99% accurate, but still a small number of errors can occur from time to time. GPT-0 was another company who told us that they're actually coming out with another tool that is almost like a tool that students will be able to write into. It not only tracks your work, it has timestamps around when you entered the document, when you exited. So these companies are creating the problem and then offering solutions for the problem. In some ways, yes. This has been the Big Take Podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Sarah Holder, and I spoke with Bloomberg's Jackie Davalos about how students and educators are responding to the emergence of generative AI and what happens when efforts to crack down on its use backfire. Thanks for listening to the Big Take Podcast on Bloomberg Radio. You can hear more by subscribing to Big Take wherever you get your podcasts.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is WBBR New York, Bloomberg 11 Thrill. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at CBS News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Steel.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A magnitude 7 offshore earthquake rattled a portion of the West Coast today. In Northern California, Humboldt County Second District Supervisor Michelle Bushnell.
We have a lot of broken windows, water mains, broken chimneys. So we're still assessing damage. We have some houses that are off their foundation.
CBS's Tanya Baggett was late morning on the West Coast when even as far south as San Francisco, about 260 miles away, felt a rolling motion for several seconds. Smaller aftershocks follow. The National Weather Service issued a rare tsunami warning, which is lifted, covering more than 500 miles of coastline and affecting at least 5.3 million people in California and Oregon. Police in New York have found shell casings and say the gun used to kill United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was a B&T station with a silencer. CBS's Meg Oliver with former NYPD Deputy Commissioner Richard Esposito. CBS News has confirmed the words delay, deny, and possibly depose will be used in a Sharpie on shell casings recovered from the scene.
Those are the words that sum up what people are concerned about with insurance companies. Delays, denials, defending themselves.
personal complaints, so it certainly points to a motive.
The latest plea deal between Boeing and U.S. prosecutors over two 737 MAX jet crashes has been rejected by a federal judge in Texas. Mark even lost his son, Sam, on the Ethiopian Airlines flight.
John, for the deal, gave accountability to 246 deaths.
The U.S. Bureau of Prisons will make permanent the temporary shutdown of the aging federal correctional institution in Dublin, California, with a reputation for violence, deaths, and staff on inmate abuse.
The Bureau will also deactivate deteriorating minimum security prison camps in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Colorado, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Florida, transferring staff and inmates elsewhere. The agency cites inadequate staffing and high cost to repair aging infrastructure for the closures and consolidation.
That's CBS's Michael Toscano. While we're living longer in the U.S., the rate of growth has stagnated compared to other countries. It's due to things like high blood pressure and high blood sugar. And CBS's Lead Athletics on the Lancet report.
The University of Washington projects life expectancy will rise to 80.4 years in the U.S. by 2050, but our global ranking will fall to 49 to 66.
In the nation's capital,
3, 2, 1.
President Biden was on hand for the 102nd National Christmas Tree Lighting Ceremony. This is CBS News.
Power up the holiday and give a gift from the top of their wish list. Your local Steel dealer today or shop online at steelusa.com. That's STIHLUSA.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Home security company Vivint is paying almost $500 million to consumers after the Federal Trade Commission alleged the company misused credit reports.
The FTC first took action against Vivint in 2021, alleging that its sales representatives got financing for its products and services for unqualified customers by using the credit history of an unrelated third party with the same or similar name. The agency also says sometimes the company added co-signers to the financing application without getting their permission. If customers who qualified using those tactics defaulted on their loans, Vivint referred the unrelated third party or the unwitting co-signer to debt collectors, potentially harming their credit. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
ESPN has put its own section onto the Disney Plus streaming service. Those who subscribe only to Disney Plus will get ESPN Plus content. Those who subscribe to a bundle package can access it all in one location. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
And I'm Charlie Phillips. In the Bloomberg Newsroom, President-elect Donald Trump is nominating former Senator David Perdue as the U.S. ambassador to China, enlisting a former business executive turned politician for one of his most important diplomatic posts. Trump also says he's selecting venture capitalist David Sachs of Kraft Ventures to serve as his artificial intelligence and crypto czar. It's a newly created position that underscores the president-elect's intent to boost rapidly developing industries. Also tonight, Trump named Rodney Scott as U.S. Customs and Border Protection Commissioner. Bitcoin continues to trade around $97,000 after breaking through the $100,000 threshold last night. It has been gaining optimism about the nomination of Paul Atkins to the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Catherine Galvin is Chief Compliance Officer and General Counsel at Rise Asset Management.
I've been at those hearings in Congress where it was antagonistic. Questions weren't being answered. Eyes were being rolled. And this was the environment in which crypto was trying to achieve regulatory clarity. And it just wasn't going to happen with that back and forth and the tension that was created in the Ginsburg era.
Catherine Dowling, Chief Compliance Officer and General Counsel at Bitwise Asset Management. After the close of trading, Lululemon Athletica edged up its full-year outlook, showing the upscale activewear brand is making progress in fending off upstart competitors. Also reporting earnings, Hewlett Packard Enterprise is reporting better than expected quarterly revenue and a jump in sales of servers to power artificial intelligence work. U.S. stocks soared today, and Asian stocks tracked that drop on Wall Street as caution prevails ahead of jobs data tomorrow morning that may help the Federal Reserve's future policy path. Coverage jobs report 8:30 a.m. Washington time on Bloomberg Radio. The K225 in Tokyo down 0.9%. In Hong Kong, up by 1.2%. S&P stayed down 0.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Going to be clear, breezy and cold in the city for time. Low temperatures by daybreak Friday, 25 to 30. A bit cold in the suburbs. Sunny clouds with winds on Friday. High temperature only between 35 and 40. Feeling cold from night down to 20. Saturday, on the weekend, also partly sunny skies. And the head temperature on the cool, 35 to 40. This is Gary Beckman from the weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
This is Bloomberg Law.
What does the prosecutor have to prove in order to get a RICO conviction? Tell us why the Solicitor General is sometimes referred to as the 10th Justice.
Interviews with prominent attorneys and Bloomberg legal experts.
That's Jennifer Kay from Bloomberg Law. Joining me is former federal prosecutor Robert Mintz.
And analysis of important legal issues, cases, and headlines.
Is the toughest hurdle for prosecutors proving Trump's intent? Alito took on Congress, saying Congress has no power to regulate the Supreme Court.
Bloomberg Law with June Grasso from Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome to the Bloomberg Law Show. I'm June Grasso. Ahead of this hour. This week, the Supreme Court seemed sympathetic to the FDA's in rejecting a company's application to sell flavored e-cigarettes. And the justices once again faced the question over the role that U.S. courts should play in returning property stolen from Holocaust survivors by foreign countries during World War II. About 1.6 million school children currently use e-cigarettes. Flavored vapes with colorful names that are both candy and sweet are particularly appealing to young people, which has prompted the Food and Drug Administration to curb access to the products. The FDA turned down 2 companies' applications to market e-cigarettes with names like Jimmy the Juice Man, Peachy Strawberry, and Suicide Bunny, Mother's Milk and Cookies. The agency's attorney, Curtis Downing, defended his position at the Supreme Court.
Research has long shown that flavors increase youth appeal of tobacco products, and evidence accumulates further confirming that youth are particularly attracted to flavored end products. The concern would be that they're getting addicted to tobacco at a time when tobacco would add to nicotine, at a time when nicotine is dangerous to their developing brains and may be, tempting them to a long life of needing to satisfy that addiction.
Vaping companies say the FDA changed its standards with little warning as it blocked the sale of more than 1 million new flavored products. But Justice Elena Kagan said that the FDA's position has been clear.
We know that FDA thinks that flavors, FDA has been completely upfront about this, and I think that, that flavors give people blueberry vapes. The difficulty with that, and FDA, I think, has tried to document this, is that blueberry vapes are very appealing to 16-year-olds, not to 40-year-olds.
Aside from legality, the practical question is, what's the remedy? The court rules for the vaping companies. Because as Justice Brett Kavanaugh pointed out to the company's attorney, Eric Heyer, the companies can always reapply to the FDA for sales authorization.
And if they won this case, they can reapply. If they won this case or if they lose this case, they will be able to reapply.
That's my question about what the relief really accomplishes here that is being sought as a practical matter. I understand the legal point. The FDA acted arbitrarily and capriciously, but either way, it's going to be that they can reapply and hope to see it.
This case is an appeal from the conservative Fifth Circuit's decision finding that the agency unfairly shifted its standards for approving the vaping products while deciding on application from the two companies. Joining me is Sean Collins, a partner at Stradlin, Yearbuck, Austin, and Data. Give us some background on the FDA and the effort e-cigarettes.
Let's start with what the FDA mandates. The FDA mandates is look out for the health and well-being of the general American. Meaning they are supposed to certify all foods and drugs and certify that they are healthy and beneficial for the well-being of the citizens of the United States of America. And so what we have going on between the FDA and the e-cigarette companies right now, I call it a bit of gambling whack-a-mole. And so it's like anything, if you regulate one product and you're successful in getting a certain product regulated, another product is going to pop up. And so, the FDA spent 50 years or more trying to get people to stop smoking cigarettes, right? And they were pretty successful in doing that. When you look at the statistics of how many people actually smoke cigarettes, I remember growing up in the 80s and everybody smoked. People smoked indoors, people smoked in offices, and everybody smoked. Nowadays, I live in California, so it's probably more speed than anywhere else, but you can't smoke anywhere. I don't see anybody. And you look at the statistics, I think they say 2% of Americans smoke cigarettes now, which is negligible. That's pretty much nobody smokes cigarettes. So obviously, the people that still do smoke cigarettes, business and enterprise are always come up with an alternative. They came up with the e-cigarette. And so the e-cigarette was designed as a mechanism to help wean adults who are otherwise addicted to cigarettes to try to help them stop smoking cigarettes and smoke something else and try an alternative for them. Now, like in business, e-cigarette companies, they want to advertise and market their products, but they get cool, so think the more cool. I used to always think when I was driving by a billboard, look at that cowboy, it's really cool to get cigarettes out. And that attracted a lot of people who want to smoke cigarettes. So e-cigarette companies obviously came up with creative ways to advertise and market their e-cigarette products. Now that's all really good. The FDA probably wouldn't care if their marketing was being successful with adults. The problem is that e-cigarettes became cool, young and that, and the people were teenagers. And so what you saw is a spike in teens using e-cigarettes. So it was the reason why I say it's whack-a-mole is because you whacked one problem and were able to successfully pretty much negate that problem. And then another problem popped up over on the right, which is teenagers are now really into e-cigarettes.
Explain the issue in the case the Supreme Court heard this week.
So the issue that you currently have before the Supreme Court is more of what is the authority of the FDA. That's the actual legal question the Supreme Court is looking at. But I will say that one of the balancing tests that the Supreme Court has to deal with is, well, okay, I understand that the FDA is trying to regulate, the advertising and marketing of cigarettes to teens. But the question becomes, one, do they have the authority to do that? And whether or not they have the authority to do that is more of a great question because I think the Supreme Court is looking at it as, well, what they're doing in terms of they're trying to protect the health of the future generation. And so I think that's the issue that the Supreme Court is grappling with right now, which is why when you listen to the oral argument, everybody says, oh, the conservative court, they're probably going to side with big business, they're going to side with the e-cigarette companies. And what you heard in the oral argument is it sounded like the Supreme Court was kind of deferring to the regulatory authority of the FDA.
Yeah, that was surprising. Justice Kagan said, I guess I'm not really seeing what the surprise is here, what the change is here, because basically everyone knew the FDA position on e-cigarettes. So the question that Kavanaugh brought up is, well, what's the relief here, even if you win e-cigarette companies?
Exactly, and that's the big question. And that's usually the biggest problem. You know, it's funny, everybody spends all their time in law school thinking about the big legal arguments of why I'm right on a particular issue, but nobody ever thinks, okay, well, what if I win? What's the remedy? Which is why, when I talk to young law students, I always tell them, probably the most important class you can take while you're in law school is remedy. And they look at me confused, like, remedy? Like, what are you talking about? That's like what happens after the case is over. And it's like, yeah, I know, but think about it. You can spend $10 million arguing that you're right, and then the court says you're right, and then they ask you, well, what do you want? And so that's the issue here is, you know, for the e-cigarette company, it's like, okay, well, even if you are correct in saying that the laws that the FDA is imposing here are arbitrary and capricious, which is the core legal argument that the e-cigarette companies are making, which is a good legal argument. And you're making up rules and regulations that are effectively a moving target. So me as a company, I can't even craft policy to address your concerns because every month you're moving the goalposts up. And so the Supreme Court has effectively said, okay, let's say that we do tell the FDA that they need to be more definitive with their rulemaking and say these are the laws and regulations that govern the advertising and marketing and regulation of e-cigarettes. How does that help you?
Are the e-cigarette companies just looking for more time to start the process over again? Or do they not want to start the process over again?
I think timing is definitely a concern, because if you think about it right now, well, one of the biggest things that nobody really talks about it when it comes to businesses is advertising and marketing. But they currently have the attention of a generation. So they have captivated a particular generation. So when you look at cigarette companies effectively capture the imagination of maybe that very large demographic. So if you're selling a product, and you have a captive audience and a whole generation of, you know, so for e-cigarette companies, I guess you would call it Gen Z. The other day I heard that they're Gen 8 now.
I lost track of the Gen, so...
Gen Z, I believe, is effectively 16-year-old young professionals. So let's go 16 to 30. Right now, that is the demographic that is very captivated by e-cigarettes. And I think the sense of urgency from the e-cigarette generation right now is that they are now being prohibited from advertising and marketing to Gen Z, which is a very lucrative demographic. Because think about products like this. If you develop brand loyalty right now, this is the type of product that they will use throughout their life. It's not like school or a video game. When a person gets your eye, it's a thing about it. You know, if you're a e-cigarette, so it's a simple piece of e-cigarette for the next 30 or 50 weeks.
Do vaping companies have problems getting regular e-cigarettes approved? Or is it just about the flavored e-cigarettes?
For this particular case, and that's a very important question. For this particular case, you're talking about the flavored cigarette. Because that's what the FDA is saying. They're saying the e-cigarette companies with the flavored cigarette, you're no longer targeting the 40-year-old who's trying to wean themselves off the cigarette. You are targeting the 13, 14, 15-year-old to try to entice them and to hook them on e-cigarettes so that you have them for a generation, so that you have them for the next 40, 50 years. Now, e-cigarette companies publicly deny that, but that's absolutely what they're trying to do. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that smart marketing and business strategy. The focus of this particular case that's before the Supreme Court is the flavored e-cigarettes. And the reason why it's the focus of the court is because the FDA is arguing you are advertising and marketing flavored cigarettes in a manner whereby you're trying to make them incredibly attractive to 13, 14, 16, 15, 17, 16. And by doing that, you are compromising their health now and for future generations.
Coming up next on the Bloomberg Law Show, continuing this conversation with Sean Collins. How the president-elect's name came up in the oral arguments over flavored e-cigarettes. This is Bloomberg.
Every Bloomberg radio show.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week.
Every Bloomberg podcast.
Welcome to the Oblast Podcast.
Every Bloomberg News headline.
That's a Bloomberg News exclusive.
Your move to the Treasury market.
Every moment of Bloomberg Radio inside your car.
Just enjoy.
The new Bloomberg Business app. Now featuring Apple CarPlay and Android Auto.
members of Boeing crash victims. A federal judge rejected Boeing's plea deal with U.S. prosecutors. Two 737 MAX jet crashes from 5 years ago that killed a total of 346 people. The judge took issue with language directing prosecutors to consider race when selecting an independent monitor and urging that monitor to answer to the U.S. government, not the court. Those crashes involved an Ethiopian airjet and one from Indonesia's Lion Air. This week's rally on Wall Street stalling out today. A lot of jitters about Friday's November jobs report. The Dow, 248 points lower at the 0.5%. The Nasdaq lost 35, the S&P was down 11. And earnings beat after the closing bell for Hewlett-Packard Enterprises, thanks to a jump in sales of servers to power artificial intelligence computing. And Google's self-driving taxi company Waymo said it's expanding its ride-hailing service to Miami, but it won't start until 2026. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Life is full of moments, from first steps, first love, moments that make life special. But life can also bring us difficult and disruptive moments like a cancer diagnosis, which is why the groundbreaking work of Stand Up to Cancer is so vital. They know the problem of cancer won't be solved by one doctor, one lab, or one hospital. It takes collaboration. That's why Stand Up to Cancer brings together top minds from different fields to find new and better treatments so patients can thrive. We can all show up in moments for life. Please join Stand Up to Cancer and Myrtle Beach to help families get back to where they belong, making new memories for years to come. Please go to standuptocancer.org to see how you can join the mission.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
A cold stretch of weather is coming up for us. Forecast through time, clear skies and breezy. Low temperatures by morning. Midtown about 25 to 30. Of course, colder elsewhere. Coming up on Friday, mixture of cloud and sunshine and breezy. Afternoon temperatures only making it up to 40. And then we're up to the 20s with partly cloudy showers. And Saturday, partly cloudy 35 to 40. Sunshine 40 on Sunday. This is Gary Beth. The weekend weather on Bloomberg 1130.
Vicious cycle. Everyone has one thing. That's why Station offers a wide variety of apps, more custom added to the market, and the chance to reach the goals. Like with Spy, where you get the power of the S&P 500 in a single trade. Wherever you're heading, getting here starts here with State Street. Historic high-rise knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention, which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Granger, with easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away, so the one can keep that vintage building running working. Call at Granger.com or just online. Granger, for the ones who get it done. Get informed no matter where you are or what you're doing. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now and get news when you want it on your schedule. Big Tech dominating our headlines.
Another win for Donald Trump.
Inflation report. These are short audio reports, 5 minutes or less, that bring you the latest headlines with context 24 hours a day. Stay on top of the latest news from around the world. Get it on your smartphone. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else you listen.
This is Bloomberg Law with June Grosso from Bloomberg Radio.
Supreme Court justices seem skeptical that they could give any relief to companies whose applications to sell flavored e-cigarettes were denied by the Food and Drug Administration. The FDA said it denied the applications because the companies hadn't adequately shown that the benefits of flavored e-cigarettes in helping current smokers quit was greater than the risk that non-smokers, especially children, could be attracted to those products. Several of the justices pointed out that even if the companies reapplied, the FDA would continue to deny the applications. Here's Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Let's imagine that we are pretty confident, we have a high degree of confidence that the agency would decide the marketing question the same way on remand, on the harmless error point, but we still think that Chenery requires us to send it back. As a practical matter, then, what happens? Because if we're pretty confident the agency can reach the same decision, it's going to take the agency a long time, can we continue this application and do what we think they're going to do anyway? Perhaps the vaping company's best hope is the incoming Trump administration. Here's the attorney for the vaping companies, Eric Heyer.
But we don't know how FDA is going to approach it on remand. We have a new administration coming in. The president-elect is on record saying, I'm going to save flavored vapes. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like. And maybe that the approach the agency takes is much more aligned with the statute and looks at all the risks and benefits.
Brings up to Sean Collins, a partner at Stradlin. Sean, before we go any further, just sum up the arguments on each side.
The FDA is arguing you are advertising and marketing flavored cigarettes in a manner whereby you trying to make them incredibly attractive to just 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18-year-olds. And by doing that, you are compromising their health now and for future generations. E-cigarette companies are arguing, well, you can't create a arbitrary capricious rule that says you as an e-cigarette company can advertise and market your e-cigarette. You just can't do it. You can't have flavor.
So this is an appeal from the ultra-conservative Fifth Circuit. There is a circuit split. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, 10th, and DC circuits have sided with the FDA and denied the petitions for requests to stay the agency's marketing denial orders for flavored e-cigarettes. So the Supreme Court almost had to take this case to straighten it out. More than one of the justices said there was no real relief to be had here.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly sounds like what's happening here. I was surprised that the Fifth Circuit was the lone wolf here, for lack of a better word. It's not the type of ruling that I would expect to have at Fifth Circuit. But, yeah, I mean, that's what the Supreme Court is up against right now, the fact that we overruled the Fifth Circuit.
Is it surprising that the justices seem to be crediting the FDA's expertise here? I mean, this is a court that has been skeptical of the power of federal regulators, including by striking down the Chevron doctrine that had judges deferring to agencies' interpretations of the law.
I think this is, I personally don't think this is kind of outside of what's to be expected in this particular court. I think this court is very fixated on not necessarily tearing down the authority of a particular agency, but making sure, especially with this particular Supreme Court, they are very focused on making sure that a particular agency does not exceed the authority that is originally granted to them. And so, for instance, I'll use the FTC as an example. Obviously, we're talking about the FDA in this particular case. But, those probably even 3 or 4 years ago now, there was a rule that said, hey, the FTC has gone way beyond the bounds of what the authority that was originally given to them by Congress. Especially in the military, it's called the mission creep. And you set out for objective A, and then the next thing you know, you're going after B, C, and F. And it's like, before you know it, everybody starts asking the question of article, when did the FTC get into the business of going after that state? And so with this particular issue, I think the Supreme Court is looking at it and saying, hey, look, this is kind of how I started my comments. At a very high level, why did we create the FDA? Well, the FDA was created because back in the 1800s, there was this severe problem with the quality of food, and there were medical adults out there selling drugs that were doing serious harm to people. And so, as a society, we decided we should probably have an agency that's responsible for regulating the food and the drugs that are sold and marketed in the United States of America. And when it comes to the red tape of that, what does that mean? How do we keep Americans safe? And so when you look at what the FDA is doing here, they're saying we are creating these rules because we are trying to keep teenagers safe. lung. It causes lung cancer. And I don't think there's anybody that disagrees with that. You know? And e-cigarettes, while they are a better alternative, they're still not great for your health. And the FDA has presented some pretty convincing evidence, again, that kind of goes beyond whatever your political views may be. And it's kind of unequivocal that e-cigarettes are probably not as good for the lungs as teenagers. And so the Supreme Court is looking at this and saying, well, the FDA has been tasked with keeping teenagers safe, and they are now passing laws and regulations that are very focused on keeping teenagers safe. Kind of straightforward, you know? But even in this concern, the Supreme Court has to look at it and say, good job, FDA, you're doing your job.
During his campaign, Trump said that he was going to save vaping, basically. And during the oral arguments, the attorney for the companies pointed to that. So what's the effect of a new administration? Can the FDA just do a 180 on e-flavored cigarettes?
Obviously, whenever there's a new administration, there's always every federal agency, there's going to be a significant shift in policy. So whoever takes over the FDA is going to be Donald Trump's appointee, and they are going to execute the wishes of President Trump. Now, I will say that when President Trump says, you know, I'm going to support e-cigarettes, he can do that and still kind of adhere to what the Supreme Court is talking about here. Because keep in mind, think about who did he appoint as his Department of Health and Human Services? RKG. And they've already talked about saying, all right, we're going to use a lot of scrutiny with respect to the drugs that we are administering to the American public. So when we look at what's going on here, let me say this, and I'll be quick. I am by no means speaking that the e-cigarette industry has fault. What's at stake here is the fact that the FDA believes that e-cigarette companies are advertising and marketing their products to people who are not legally authorized to buy their products. I probably should have started with that. And so what the FDA is saying is, hey, e-cigarette companies, if you want to put billboards up on every single billboard along every major freeway in the United States to say, if you are 18 and up, you should really buy my product, knock yourself out. But the problem is the data suggests that the flavored products that you are marketing, more 14, 15, and 16-year-olds are buying your product than 18 and up. And we think that's very intentional on your part and that you are aware of the fact that your advertising and marketing is targeting and being more effective with people who are not even legally authorized to buy your product. That's what they're taking issue with. And I think that I candidly, when you look at who President Trump picked for his Department of Health and Human Services, are engaging with, and then his equally, his other mandate of I will support e-cigarette companies. I think they can achieve both of those objectives. They effectively saying, hey, e-cigarette companies, if you want to increase your profit sales to 18 and up, so be it. As long as you don't break any laws, go for it. But you can't market your products to 13, 14, and 15.
Thanks so much, Sean. That's Sean Collins, a partner at Stratton, Yoka, Carlson, and Ralph. And for those who are counting on President-elect Trump to change the rules for flavored e-cigarettes, let's take a look at his various positions during his first administration. In 2019, Trump threatened to ban most flavored e-cigarettes from the market due to concerns over the appeal to children. He later backed off the ban after it was met with industry resistance. In 2020, his ban on certain e-cigarette pods made by companies like Blue Labs prohibited flavored e-liquids but allowed menthol and tobacco products on the market. He also signed a law that waived the federal legal age for purchasing tobacco from 18 to 21, which vaping proponents say lowered youth vaping numbers. So stay tuned. In other legal news today, more fallout from the fatal police beating of Tyree Nichols in Memphis, Tennessee. The Department of Justice is threatening to sue Memphis police over a pattern of excessive force following a federal investigation that followed national protests over the case. The Justice Department says its investigation found unconstitutional police practices in Memphis, including discrimination against black people and people with behavioral health disabilities. Here's U.S. Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark.
MPD officers unnecessarily escalate encounters with some of the most vulnerable members of this community, its children.
The investigation is hitting home for Memphis native and U.S. Attorney Brendan Miller-Fondre.
We have a long history of civil rights organizing and community engagement. Those who marched for civil rights, sat in at lunch counters, and kneeled in churches sacrificed so that we would live by one rule of law.
5 Memphis police officers were fired and charged with murder in the death of Aaron Nichols and indicted by a federal grand jury. Coming up next on the Winning Last Show, the justices once again face the question over the role that U.S. courts should play in returning property stolen from Holocaust survivors by foreign countries during World War II. Remember, you can always get the latest legal news by listening and subscribing to our Bloomberg Law podcast. You can find them on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and at Bloomberg.com/podcast/law. And attorneys get the latest in AI-powered legal analytics, business insights, and workflow tools at BloombergLaw.com. With guidance from our experts, you'll grasp the latest trends in the legal industry, helping you achieve better results. For the practice of law, the business of law, the future of law, visit BloombergLaw.com. I'm Jim Grosso, and you're listening to Bloomberg.
This is New York's only 24-hour source for world markets and breaking business news. Bloomberg 730. The latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at CBS News.
CBS News Brief. The magnitude 7 earthquake hits offshore near Eureka, California. It is felt as far south of San Francisco area where the storm was.
It was pretty obviously an earthquake. My living room floor shook and my front windows shook, so I knew it was an earthquake. It was a fast one, though.
A tsunami warning was lifted about an hour later. The search for the gunman-ending murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson spreads beyond New York City. CBS's Anna Shepard.
We know that investigators have been up in Connecticut looking for the place of purchase, so that's new details that CBS News can report.
New analysis published in The Lancet forecasts that life expectancy in the U.S. is being outpaced by other nations. CBS's Leanne Webb says obesity is driving the change.
The report projects the U.S. will drop from 88 to 108 globally. Nearly all high-income and even some middle-income countries already rank higher than the U.S.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
And I'm Charlie Howard from the Bloomberg Newsroom. President-elect Donald Trump is nominating former Senator David Perdue as the U.S. ambassador to China, enlisting a business executive turned politician for one of his most important diplomatic posts. And with more from Hong Kong, here's Bloomberg's Annabelle Coolers.
Someone who's likened President Xi to a modern-day emperor. He's also saying things like that the PRC wants to become the global hegemon by 2049, and that they're sort of starting to build that. But it is that big question. You've been in a unipolar world for so long. That U.S. dominance has been there. Are we shifting to a multipolar world now? And how is the U.S. going to be pushing back on that? And I think that its focus on, again, retaining or promoting those key industries, those key growth drivers, speaks to that fight.
Bloomberg's Annabelle Coolers in Hong Kong. Trump, meanwhile, is selecting venture capitalist David Sachs of Kraft Ventures to serve as his artificial intelligence and cryptos arm. It is a newly created position that underscores the president-elect's intent to boost two rapidly developing industries. Turn on the Dow on Wall Street today, retreating from a record. Asian stocks tracking a drop on Wall Street as caution for